everyone, and welcome to the final rounds of the Bundesliga, the strongest chess league in the world. We are still waiting for the games to start. I just had contact with someone who is actually there, and they said that right now they're starting the games. So we will have to wait another 15 minutes before we get the first moves and the live cam. But I already saw a lot of questions in chat, so let's just try to answer them first. And it's really special this weekend because we not only have the final 3 rounds for the the normal Bundesliga, but also for the women's Bundesliga. So this weekend will be decided who will be the champions for the strongest chess leagues of the world. And we have so many world-class players in Germany. So it's really, really, really exciting. Yes, tomorrow is round 14 and Sunday is round 15. That's correct. And yeah, I mean the weather in Germany is fine. Yeah, we have Eric Geisy, we have Keimer, we have Giri, we have all the top players. So that's really exciting. Yeah, they all take their time to travel to Germany. I mean, for a lot of them, it's really convenient because they just played in the Grenke Chess Open, which was last weekend, which is also the biggest chess open in the world. So I think a lot of them just stayed in Germany. It didn't make sense for the guys who come from India or wherever to go back home. So, yes. And no, Zigo Kill, do they all play live in Germany? Oh, yes, they all play live in Germany. They're all live in Germany. So, yes, they are. Hello, everyone. So we can look through, there are live cameras. We are also waiting for them. We will get them from the live stream. So, I mean, when we think about, we can calculate. So how many matches do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 6 for the women. So that's 36 boards for the woman. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times 8 is 64. So we have over 100 boards, live boards right now happening there. So there are over 200 players this weekend playing their best chess. So it's a huge event right now. So I'm really happy that we're covering this here with Lichess and hope to see great games this weekend. Yes, they all play in Deggendorf, all in one spot. It's huge. Yeah, exactly 100. Yeah. 36 plus 64 is 100. Thanks for the math help. So, we can already look at the pairings here. So here we have in the so this is just St. Pauli against Werder Bremen, which will be really exciting. But we also do have I see that one game is already decided. So here it says that Klaus Bischoff won against Alexander Delchev. So I guess he's not there. So that would be the only logical reason why he already got the point. So that's a big point for Bayern Munich, actually, because they are in danger of leaving the league. So at the Bundesliga, 3 teams will have to leave the league in the end, and it's Doppelbauer Kiel, that's already sure, because they withdrew from the league before it started. Yes, first German win of the day, that's true. And then Bayern Munich and Mülheim Nord are also really in danger of leaving the league. So this is a big win for them. So yes. Can you show us the table? Who is? Huh? Who is in the driver's seat to win the league? Yes, of course. We can do that. So. We do have... Okay, so the games already started in live, so we need a couple more minutes so that we also see it there. But I will also show you these, kind of standings for the round. So these are all the matches that we will see today. And I can also tell you the standings right now. So Düsseldorf, who just entered the league this season, won every single match so far. So, I mean, if we look at the lineup in Düsseldorf, it's really incredible. They really have a lot of strong players. So you see down here, Arjun Erigaisi, Wesley So, Anish Giri, Zindarov, Van Forest, Esipenko, Satvani, and Bologan. So when also the last board has over 2,600, that really shows you that it's such a strong league. And so they are on the first seed right now with 22 points, but right behind them is Viernheim, and Viernheim is still gonna face them on Sunday. So if Düsseldorf is not gonna win today and tomorrow, Viernheim really has chances of taking them over. So it's really important for Düsseldorf to win today to still have the chances of making it to the top. Thanks for the sub and hi everyone. Yeah, that is a pretty decent team. I mean, you can already tell me which is your favorite matchup of today. So we can have more looks at your favorite games. So I'm always happy to switch to games you're more interested in. Yeah, we have Zindarov, Nepo, Arjun, Wesley. It's crazy. It's crazy. You're for Solingen. I mean, Solingen has a really tough weekend because Solingen, I think today they are playing Düsseldorf and tomorrow they're actually playing. One second, Viernheim, yeah. Today Düsseldorf and tomorrow Viernheim. So they have a really, really tough weekend. But you can see at their lineup that they also have a really strong lineup this weekend. So they will try their best to stay in the league. St. Pauli Werder Bremen is your favorite matchup this weekend. So St. Pauli and Werder Bremen. I mean, for St. Pauli, it's also the first season. They just managed to get into the Bundesliga. And it really looks like they're gonna hold the league. Even without Magnus, they managed to hold the league because Magnus is not playing today, or I guess the whole weekend. And yes, so this is also gonna be really interesting. And Werder Bremen also has a lot of young players on the last 3 boards, so they're also helping the youth to get better, to start being introduced into the league, which is really nice. Yeah, really exciting matchups, 100%. Thank you, Orion. Thank you. I mean, I'm for sure also really interested in all the German people because, I mean, I am from Germany. But since we have Germans in every single team. So, for example, this here, I will show you the matchups. Board one of Baden against Deizisau, like Vincent Keimer against Dimitri Kollas, is gonna be super interesting. So two young top German players have to face each other here. But I'm also really curious to see how Zindarov will play, because I think Zindarov has the best performance so far in the Bundesliga, because he managed to win the first, I think, 8 games. He won the first 8 games, then 2 draws, and then another win. So he has a great league. I mean, look at that. It's really, really impressive. This year, what you see right now are the results of Zendarov. And he's also been in Karlsruhe. So he just came from Karlsruhe to Deggendorf to make the German trip complete. Bennett Hagner is at 7 out of 7. I did not know this. He is a young player, and this is super impressive. Wow. So this is Bennett Hagner, and he played really strong players. He's a young player. I think around 18, maybe 17, something like this. And he has 7 out of 7. This is impressive. Wow. He had really strong opponents as well. There's actually a German battle between Vincent and Dimitri. Yes, yes, yes. We already saw that. Good drive home, I wish to you. Who is the sponsor of Kirchweihe? Is such a small village. I don't know the name of the sponsor, but I mean, here are a lot of cities that are not like in the actual, like, for example, in the soccer Bundesliga, because it's completely different, the chess ecosystem, I would say. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone in chat knows who the sponsor of Kirchweihe is. Yes, this is not the standard Lichess version. We have an update for the stream, which is really nice, I think. It looks really beautiful. So yeah, except of Klaus Bischoff, who already won the game, we don't have any other moves yet. In a month, you're playing the Bundesliga of Switzerland. That's really nice. Kirchweihe is very close to Bremen. Yeah, it makes sense for them to travel together, right? I mean, it's also more convenient for top players to play the final rounds because they actually come here for 3 rounds. Normally, they only have 2 rounds at one weekend, but for 3 rounds, it's even more convenient for them. So that's why we see also so many top players this weekend playing here. Hello, hello. There was a forfeit. I would think there was a forfeit because, oh, it's not anymore like this. Okay, maybe it was a mistake here. I'm not sure. And we can also have a quick look at the Women's Bundesliga in a second, because they're also playing this weekend. Keimer in that opening of freestyle was something special. Really enjoyed that turn. Yeah, I mean, in freestyle in general, we had a lot of surprises. So that was really, really, really nice to watch. I agree 100% on that. Yeah, we're still waiting for the first moves to come, but should be any second. So we don't need to wait much longer here. So here we can also have a quick look at who's playing for the women, because at the Women Bundesliga it's also still not clear at all who's gonna win. So the games should have started at 4 local time. Oh, we got the first moves at the Women's Bundesliga. Awesome, that's great. I will also check if we'll get the first moves at the Open Bundesliga. So yeah, if they start now, so I guess then in Deggendorf they had a 15-minute delay. But what I just wanted to say, for the Women's Bundesliga right now, Bad Königshofen is in the lead with 2 points before Baden, and the reigning champion is actually Schwäbisch Hall, who are on 3rd place right now. So yeah, that's also gonna be really interesting to see who will make it here in the end. So let's see if we also got moves. Oh, we also got moves. Oh, we have moves at Dimitri Kollas against Vincent Keimer here, the top board in the matchup Baden-Baden against Deizisau. And Vincent, a little bit surprising maybe for some people, that he decided to play a second move c5. And now we see d6. So we have a lot of possible moves here. You can play d4, you can play bishop b5 check, you can play c3, knight c3, bishop c4 also. So this is really a position where there are a lot of options. Yes, we got some moves here as well. This tournament is all taking at one place. Yes, this is really special. We only had this 2 times before so far in the past. So it's really, really special that this is happening again with the male and female players. For example, last year there was only Central Women Bundesliga, but not Women and Open in one place. Okay, he did go for the open Sicilian with d4, trade, and knight f6. So here again we have many options, but knight c3 is the most played. And actually, we have an opponent at the board of Klaus Bischoff, where we thought he already won his game. So there was probably a technical mistake, so this game is normally happening. Okay, let's just have a quick overview of all the top pairings. So since Düsseldorf is really interesting for this weekend, because they might be the new champion, which would be historic because they just entered the Bundesliga. So last year they were not even playing the Bundesliga. They just made it. They just qualified themselves for the Bundesliga and are already, they just won every single game. Okay, so let's see. This is the game Arjun Erigaisi against Max Warmadam, and Arjun Erigaisi also just played the Grenke Open. He opens with 1 knight f3. And okay, d5, b3, really solid opening here from Arjun. He doesn't want to give too many informations yet what he's gonna do. Okay, bishop b5 check. It makes sense here to play with bishop d7. But this is definitely not the main line. So he's trying to just get a solid position with white here. And yeah, try to play it out later in the game, because I mean he does have a really big elo advantage, so he's definitely gonna play for a win here. Yes, so one option would be, for example, after bishop d7, if we take and then try to play with c4, because at some point we should do something in the center. If we're not doing this, black will take all the space and then we could get a problem. So I guess at some point he will probably play with c4 here. Okay, let's look at the next opening here. So here we have Wesley So against Erwin Lamy. And here again, Wesley So just played Grenke, so we really do see that for all the top players, it made so much more sense to be here, especially when you come from America, right? That's not so close, so yes. Oh, there you see, Linux will take care of the link. But yeah, I'm really impressed by Bennett making 7 out of 7. So he's probably also future GM. Okay, here we have also just a normal Queen's Gambit declined. Okay, interesting. We play here with a6. We possibly sometimes want to take on c4 and then play b5 to try to protect this pawn. So after a6, it's really often that we just take on d5, so we will not get into this line. So this is also what white did here. He just took on d5 and put his bishop out. And when we look at the pawn structure, white has two central pawns, black only has one. And here it's really often that at some point black will play with c6 to protect the pawn on d5, and then we can do some kind of minority attack here against 4 pawns with our 3 pawns, and black will try to play here in the center somehow and yeah, put a rook on the e-file. So that makes sense, but not too much happened yet. Really normal position. Yeah, white can just play with e3, develop the bishop. So yes, you play the a6 line too. Yeah, I mean, it's a decent line. The pawn on a6 is not bad. We also have control over the b5 square. So yeah, it makes sense. So now for all of our Austrian fans here in chat, I already saw that some were excited that Markus Ragger is playing. He's the national coach of Austria, also really strong GM, 2585, playing against Anish Giri. Anish Giri dropped a little in rating, so this is not his peak rating as well. He had close to 2800, but he is still a really strong player. But he's also known to play a lot of draws recently. But not really losing any games. So I guess for Markus Ragger here with the black pieces, this is gonna be a really tough match. So I think Markus, from the start of the position, he probably has the mindset, okay, draw is a really, really good result for me today. So let's see what opening he chooses. Okay, e5. And here, okay, really normal. We just have a normal Ruy Lopez. Oh, because really often the opponent doesn't play c takes d, and then I often get a really nice position. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. So as I said in the other game, after a6, it really makes sense to take on d5. Okay, so here we are in the jungle of main lines. Bishop a4, knight f6, castle. Okay, he decides to put the bishop on e7. I mean, he could also play with b5 first, or even take here the pawn on e5, but bishop e7 is the most played move here. e3, b5, bishop b3, d6, a4, attacking here. The pawn on b5, the rook on a8 is not protected. Bishop d7 and c3. Okay, there we go. Okay, oh, we have 2 more moves. This is the position right now. So here you could also think about bringing the bishop to c2. So this is also a decision you have to make here, because on a2 is really nice. We still have pressure on f7, especially if black castled short side at one point. There could be sometimes some threats on f7. But on the other hand, we also want to play d4 at some point, and then e4 might get weak sometimes, so it's also convenient to have the bishop on c2. But here he decided to place it on a2, which is really reasonable. Black can here play with c5, take all the pawn on the queen side, and then we will take and play something like bishop g5. So this is still a really normal position. We see Anish Giri is in the book. He didn't spend any time so far. He has 1 hour 32 minutes. So yeah, that's really, really nice. Okay, let me check real quick when we will get the live cameras. This is 15-minute delay because of fair play reasons. So yeah, it just makes sense to have a little delay, so we're not talking live about all the positions. I mean, they don't have access to internet anyway during the game, but for fair play reasons, it makes sense to have a little delay. But this is for most of the top tournaments nowadays, that we always have this delay of 15 minutes. Do you think... Do you think the fact that a lot of top players played freestyle chess before the tournament makes them think and play a little more creative today? That could really be. I mean, it is a little bit different chess to play freestyle than normal chess. And this is their first classical game for a lot of the people after they played freestyle chess. So yeah, that's a really good point. Why is the delay important? So, I mean, if, for example, some visitors are there and they just have the phone outside of the playing hall, watch the stream a little bit or watch the boards, they don't even need to watch the stream, just the board on Lichess, so they know exactly which position they have inside, but they have the phone with the engine outside, so they can check what the best moves are, go in and somehow communicate with the players. So this could be an option to why it is really good to have the delay, so that all the visitors cannot analyze it in real time. Okay, so this is this position. Let's keep on going. Here we have Zendarov against Andersen. And as I already said, Zendarov had a really great season so far. He only drew 2 games and won all the other ones. So let's look at the opening here. So c5. c5 on top level is always a little bit of a statement. They really want to fight. They really want to try to win the game with black. So this is not the most solid opening. If you want to play for a draw as black, you're probably not gonna choose this opening. Knight f3, e6, b3, and a6. Okay, this is happened really quick so far. And this is the position we have right now. So white is going for the double fianchetto. Therefore, they don't have too much to say in the center right now, but the bishops, they can be really dangerous for black. Black, in the other hand, has the center right now and will try to just develop the pieces, castle short side, and make some improvements here. So, they could also think about developing the knight over h6, maybe to f5. This could also be an option. Yeah, actually, I really like the knight here on f5. That's a nice route to go. It's fianchetto. Okay, thanks for letting me know. That's really good to know. Am I more creative? I think you just, which is really nice when you play freestyle, you have to be a little bit more creative, right? Because you cannot just remember all the positions. You actually need to come up with ideas how to play the game. So I do think it can really help you thinking process for this chess game. I think so, yes. So this is gonna be an interesting game. I mean, if white plays something like d3 here, we can still go with knight h6 to place it on f5. Maybe try to go to d4 at some point. Queen e7 also looks logical. So yeah. This is interesting. This is really interesting. So as I said, this is probably the most important matchup today, Düsseldorf against Solingen, because if Solingen, which is a super strong team, somehow manages not to lose this match, we will not know who will be the champion at the end of the weekend. Okay, so it's pronounced fianchetto. Good to know, good to know. Okay, next. Here we have a Dutch matchup. Loek van Wely against Jordan van Forest. And Jordan also played in Grenke. So we see a pattern here with all the top players. This is round 13. Yes, this is round 13 for the Bundesliga and round 9 for the Women's Bundesliga, where we will also have a look at, because again, there will also be all the top players this weekend, and we still don't know who's gonna be the women's champion this year. Okay, so Jordan opens with 1e4. Chess players are also allowed to pronounce it like that. Okay, then I'm fine. Oh, we also have another Sicilian. We have a lot of Sicilians at the top boards today. This is really nice. Knight f3 and d4 again. Takes. And here we see with f3. So this is also really nice. And yeah, I'm just checking. So it looks like there's some technical problems with the live cam so far. So as soon as we'll get them, I will let you know. But for now, we don't have the live cam, so you only get the boards. I hope that's fine. But I will keep you updated if we get the live cams at some point. Okay, here we had f3. Yeah, I heard a lot of people pronouncing it wrong, I have to admit. e5, knight b3, and d5. So yeah, d5, if we look at this move, I mean, in a lot of positions we have this pawn here on d6, and we're just saying as black, yeah, this is a weakness, but we can also protect it really well. And if we only have one weakness, that's fine, because we're not gonna lose the game out of one weakness, right? But here you can also play with d5 and try to get rid of this weakness already in the opening. And yeah, so this pawn here is stronger than this one, but we're also in a little disadvantage regarding to the development. So here white can try to do something against this with c3. And okay, I see we got the first live cam, so let me switch and see. There we go. Okay, so here we see the live cam of the board of Vincent Keimer against Dimitri Kollas. Awesome. So it's really nice to see how it actually looks in a playing hall. There are also a lot of spectators, which is really nice. Yeah, so this is great for chess, right? If we have a lot of spectators. And I mean, since we just see the top board of Vincent Keimer against Dimitri Kollas, I want to have a quick second look at that matchup. Because it looked like, since we had checked this the last time, a lot happened. And here we also see the pawn I just talked about, the d6 pawn, which we see really often. And here, I mean, it is weak, but it's also protected, so no big worries. So what we saw here is taking knight f6. Vincent with black is definitely gonna try to win this game, just stating himself as the top German player. And also an interesting fun fact, the German individual championship is right around the corner, where all of the top players have to face each other again. But Dimitri is not playing it. Dimitri is not playing it, he's playing another tournament. So this is also an interesting matchup because they will not face each other at the German Championship. Bishop e2, e5, and bishop g5. Okay, everyone develops their pieces. Trading here. The bishop has to go back so that d6 is not gonna be so weak. Knight d5, and here we go. Okay, so this is the position. Black can just continue developing with, for example, knight d7. Dimitri going all in, no need to hide individual championship prep. That's true, yeah. And we also see people here rooting for Dimitri. So interesting. Hello, everyone. Yes, so let me know who are you rooting for. This is really interesting for me to see. But yeah, Dimitri also, I mean, both of them played in Grenke, but they did not face each other there. Another option for black could be to take here on d5, but usually you don't want to take as long as they can take back with a piece, because if they would take back with a pawn at some point, we are really happy, because now this is not a weakness anymore, really, because it's really hard for white to attack it, but white could just take back with the queen, and then yeah, we just keep developing. We have different colored bishops, but this bishop is definitely better than this, so it's slightly nicer position for white. So yeah, I would suggest probably Vincent is just gonna play knight d7 here. And yeah, I mean, he can also just castle, maybe play f5 at some point. Try to make the best out of it. Am I rooting for someone? To be honest, I think it would be really interesting to see Düsseldorf not win today, so we don't already have a winner before the last round. I think that would be super exciting, because I always want more attention. So that's what I'm for. But yeah, I mean, I just want to see really exciting games, and it looks like we already have really interesting openings so far. I'm surprised. Is this not still theory for these guys? So you have to know that just because they're thinking in the opening doesn't mean they don't know what to play. Because they have so many lines and they're always thinking, okay, what does my opponent know I already played before? What could be a good line for me to choose against him, what he might have not seen of me playing, what he might have not prepared so deep, or where I have the best playing chances, because they also have a lot of lines where they know it's a really easy draw, and if they don't want to draw, they want to play a game, they maybe pick another line. So they always, just because they think in the opening doesn't mean they don't know the next move. They're just trying to think of like which of their many lines they want to play. My problem is I can't do that because I don't know much theory. Yeah, that's definitely a problem for top players, I think. Most players don't have that problem that they have to decide which of their many lines they want to play. I 100% agree on that one. Okay, he did play knight d7, the move we also thought about. We will keep the cam of them here in the corner, but we will move on to the next board. Okay, let's just stay with Daitzisau against Baden-Baden for a second, because it's also still not sure who's gonna be second and third for the Bundesliga. Because, I mean, Fürnheim is second right now and Baden is third, but they're only 1 point apart. So Baden-Baden could really still make second place. First is not really likely, but they are definitely here for a fight. And I mean, we do have the direct matchup of Daitzisau against Baden-Baden, where Daitzisau was also a really strong team. They're in 4th place right now, and they for sure still want to make it to the top 3 as well. So yeah, that's why we also see a really, really strong team for Daitzisau here with Matthias Blühbaum on board 2. And Matthias Blühbaum is the European champion right now. So he had a good year so far. He's the only person ever to get the title twice. So this never happened before. So this was also a huge success for him. And okay, he's playing e4, e5, and he plays the Petrov. This is, I would say, known as a line you play when you are more likely happy with a draw. So I'm curious if he is playing for a draw here or actually wants a playable position. One guy is wearing lederhosen there. That's interesting. I mean, they are in Bavaria, so yeah, but I also see them in the background. That's funny. I mean, I'm not sure. Do you see Matthias on the second board? Oh, I guess he's probably walking around, but he should... Oh, no. That's not the... Ah, okay, that's another... I guess that's the board we see behind Vincent is Mamedyarov. Is that possible that it's another first board? So there we have 2 first boards with this cam. I would guess so. Okay, so taking here, main move here is to play d6, which also happened. Knight goes back, knight takes e4. And knight c3, takes. We're taking here so we can develop our bishop faster. That makes a lot of sense. Bishop e3, bishop d3, taking here because we don't want to move our bishop again, and we're just saying that our bishop here on d3 is really nice. We do have some pressure on h7, so we really like to keep the bishop here, even though black gets the bishop pair right now. We have some pressure on some parts, but it's not a lot. And we have different opposite castles. So here we have still some games. In the games, bishop d6 happened. Yeah, the bishop is not really doing a lot on e7, and we would also like to play rook e8 at some point to attack the queen here on e2. So bishop d6 makes a lot of sense. Here white could play, for example, with rook h to e1 to prevent rook e8 for now. So yes, you say knight c6 is better than d6 in the opening? I mean, d6 is not the only playable move, but here knight c6 you say? Or what? We can take this one and then just protect. Then we're a pawn up. I don't think that here knight c6 is good. Maybe you meant in another position. But d6, I mean, the thing is right now white is a pawn up. And if we're not doing anything, they will keep the pawn. So d6, knight goes back, and then taking here. Is h4 move here in the live? You mean in the game of Vincent, or in which board do you mean h4? Do you mean in this game if h4 is move here? I mean, this is also weakness, right? As soon as we play h4, we need to look out for this pawn for the whole game. For example, if we castle, this is already hanging because it's attacked twice. So yes. Oh, you're talking about the Blühbaum game. Okay. Yeah, here it's more likely to play h4. Sorry, I didn't know what board you were talking about. But yeah, I mean, when we have opposite castles 100%, it makes sense to attack. And here we see, I mean, black does have the bishop pair, but the bishop pair is not really pointing at our king right now. So white is not in acute danger, but we're also not super fast with white here to do an attack. So this is why this position seems to be really, really equal right now. Hello everyone, and thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. We are watching the Bundesliga right now. So this is the strongest chess league in the world, and it's happening in Germany. So we have the final 3 rounds this weekend. So after this weekend, we will know who the champion of this league is. So yes. This is what we're doing here. Okay, let's keep on watching. So we have, as I already said, 100 games. So if any one of you sees something crazy happening on one of the boards, please let me know in chat. Kostyanyuk is playing. Yes, she is. She is. Former world champion. We can also switch to the woman. So here we see Laura Rogule against Peglau Kares. This is board 1 against Löberitz against Diepolisweide. And just for your information, so as I said, Bad Königshofen is on the first place right now. They have 16 points, and second is Baden with 14 points. So this is also still not clear at all who will become the champion. And it's also not clear who will have to leave the league. And since you just wondered of how Kostyanyuk is playing, we will switch to the top Swiss woman against a young German girl, Svenja Butenland. She's German prodigy, really young, really strong. So she opens with 1d4, knight f6, c4, and knight c3. We've seen that before. Yeah, here are also a lot of options. You can play with e3, with queen c2, bishop g5. But she plays e3 here, decides not to get the bishop out, but therefore developing this bishop here quicker. This bishop can also just go to d2 or maybe to b2 even. Let's see what happens. Okay, d2, knight f3, taking. So this is also, yeah, you take here before the bishop goes here, so that he cannot take here back twice with pieces, because the bishop could get stronger here on b7 if there's no pawn. So yeah, you just take on d5 before your opponent plays bishop b7, rook c1, and c5. Black is trying to get all the space they can get. Markus Raga made 10 draws in his last 11 Bundesliga games. I mean, in general, it's really often that top players, I mean, the most common result is a draw, right? because top players just don't make many mistakes, and if no one makes a mistake, in the end there will be a draw, right? So yeah, I would say this is not really a big surprise. But yeah, I guess he would be happy with a draw today, Markus Raga. Okay, here we have c5, and if we take here and she would take back with a pawn, we're playing against these hanging pawns. So hanging pawns means they're not protected by any other pawns. They could be a weakness, but the pawns are also taking a lot of space in the center. So for white, it's not too easy to develop all the pieces on great squares. So Svenja decided not to take here, instead just developing, and black is going for c4, preventing white to take here. But now we definitely have to play b3 at some point to try to do something against this pawn structure, because it really immobilizes us a lot. Thank you so much. I hope you have a great evening. That's what I find boring on top level chess. It would be more interesting if players took more risks. Yeah, I mean, we do see people taking risks at in some games. So, but yeah, definitely. They also don't want to lose their game, so I guess it makes sense to not take too big of a risk, right? a6, a4, and it looks like she's still in theory here. So Svenja is playing this all super quick, just a4, so she's here still in her prep. Bishop g4, h3, takes, and here they start to think. So let's look at the position for a second. White has the bishop pair, black has more space, and I would say the position is a little closed, and in closed position the bishop pair is not so strong. So it would be really nice if white manages somehow to open the position up, because bishops are much stronger in open positions. Knight tend to be a little bit stronger when the position is closed. So I'm not sure if we can make e4 work here somehow, but that would be an idea. Also to play b3 to open up the position here like this. So yeah, I guess b3 is here still the right approach. And yeah, that would be my suggestion. Sonja Blum is not playing today. No, she's not. Okay. So is there another wish for a women's board right now? We can have a look at the board of Josephine Heinemann, German national player, against Caroline Werner. As I said, I'm really happy to receive wishes. I will watch this opening here real quick, and then we'll go back to the open Bundesliga section. So let's see what she's doing. So here we see a really diverse matchup. So she's playing against Caroline Werner, who's 400 elo lower rated. So she will 100% try to win this match. c5 and bishop b5. Are we going for the Rossolimo here? Okay, she's not taking on c6 yet. Still not taking. Okay, so we're playing with d4 without taking on c6. Now if a6 happens, we can always go back to f1. So we made space for the bishop here on f1, which makes a lot of sense, and d5. Black also needs to do something in the center, opens up the bishop here, e5, and knight to e4. Bishop e3, queen b6. So yeah, I mean, our bishop is hanging. We can still think about taking on c6, but we could also play queen e2 here. So this is the position here right now. And I guess, I mean, if she thinks like, what do I do to keep more pieces on the board? Because then, yeah, we get a maybe position with just more potential, I don't know. We can also play queen e2 here. And if something like a6 happens, we can still take here. And if we look at the game, so now we have the extra moves queen e2 and a6. And a6 is not bringing too much for black, but on the other hand, the queen is good on e2. So it would make sense for white to add these two moves here to the game. You reached 1800 blitz on chess.com. Congratulations. That's amazing. Josie had an insane performance at Reinecke. That's true. She made 6 out of 9 and it was really, really tough opponents she played against. So she seems to be in good form. So I would be really happy to see her win today again. Okay, we still see the camera of Dimitri against Vincent. And we see that Vincent is not at the board yet. But let's see some other matchups at the Open Bundesliga. So as I already said, I would guess that the board next to Vincent is Mamedyarov. So I'm looking to find this board here. This matchup. I think it could be this board, right? Is that Leon Liviak? I think it could be Leon Liviak. So I guess the board we see in the back of the camera is this board here. So let's have a look at this board. Oh guys, here we have a first move that we haven't seen at any other board yet. So here he opened with 1c4. Also, fun fact, in case you haven't heard this today, those two players also, both of them played in Reinecke before. So they've been in Germany for the past weekend already. So yeah, all of them having an extended holiday in Germany, I guess. c4, d6, knight c3, e5, e3, and f5. Okay, this is actually a really interesting opening. I would say we don't see that one here too often. Wow, this is really interesting. So this is still pretty normal, but f5, yeah, we don't see this often. So I'm adding the evil bar here for you. So it seems like a really good approach here could be to play knight h3, which is a really interesting move for me. I guess we just have control over the f4 square, but we can also just play normally with d4, try to develop our pieces. And that's also what he chose to do, d4, knight f6, and short castle. Okay, so we do get the castles and b3. The bishop will go to b2 or a3. So yeah, this is really interesting to play with f5 here in the third move. And yeah, we also see the knight on h3. So we will not play f4 here with black in the near future because white has really good control over that square right now. Knight a6, this knight can go over to c7, maybe e6, really nice route for that one. Bishop a3, rook e8, rook c1, bishop going back to f8. Oh, this is the current position. Okay, let's look at the time, because I would say black surprised white a little in the opening. I do not think that Mamedyarov thought with this opening. I don't know if he played it before, but I would think this is not something you do too often. But here it looks like Okay, first of all, yeah, Leon is not sitting at his board right now. So Mamedyarov is thinking for a bit, but Leon already spent a lot of time. By the way, this is the first board of Heimbach-Weiß-Neuwied against Viernheim. And as we know, Viernheim is on the second place. So if they want to have a chance of still playing for the title, they need to win today. And Heimbach is in 10th place. They should not lose all the games this weekend because they could still end up on the last 3 places if this weekend goes really bad for them. So yeah, really, really important matchup here again. Let's see. Okay, bishop f8, this is the position. Okay, we could think about bringing the rook to d2. Bringing the rook to d2 to have more pressure against the queen, maybe threatening to take here at some point. So in this position, we did not trade a single piece yet. So it makes sense to just bring our pieces to better squares. And yeah, rook c2, rook d2 I really like as a plan. I mean, he did play bishop f8, so that this rook here is better. This rook was kind of standing in the way for some things, so this bishop makes more sense on f8. Really interesting position though. I mean, black is probably also gonna play h6 at some point to prevent knight g5 from happening. For example, let's say we would play with bishop e6, then knight g5 is always a really annoying thing. So I would think before he is going to play bishop e6, he will play h6 first, so that this is not gonna be annoying. Okay, since we already talked about Bennett Hagner for a bit today, let's look at his games. So he is the person who scored 7 out of 7 so far in the Bundesliga. So impressive score, playing against the German Grandmaster here. And going for, yeah, Nimso Indian defense here with black, e3, short castle, and d5. So we've seen this before. The main move here is just to go back with the bishop. We don't want to give up our bishop pair here because right now we're not even damaging the pawn structure because white can just take back with a knight. So that's why bishop e7 here happened. Knight g3 and c5. Interesting. I think knight g3 here is an interesting move. This is not the main move. The main move would be to just take here on d5 and yeah, maybe play with knight f4. Because if you take back, then we have some pressure here against this pawn. But on g3, the knight is not doing too much, I would say. I mean, yeah, we do have control over this square, but besides from that, the knight is not really doing too much here right now. So I'm curious what his plan is in the future with the knight on g3. Taking here, taking here. He did not want to trade the queens already. Knight to d7. And, oh, okay. I thought he played knight d7 to be able to take back with the knight here. But this is not even what he wanted to do. He just wanted to play knight e5, which is the stronger move. Because now we also threaten to go to d3 sometimes. And this is really annoying. Wow. He's also doing this really quick. And now white can still not castle because our queen is preventing this. And you cannot really, I mean, if you play something like queen e2, we can also just take here and then... Oh, this is interesting. We don't even have to take here. We can just play b6. and we just say, okay, your king has some serious problems, and we're down a pawn, but therefore we have the bishop pair. So this is really interesting. Okay, so white really needs to be a little bit really need to play precise here to not get in trouble with his king. Interesting. Okay, b4. So white is trying to keep the pawn on c5. So white is right now a pawn up, but has some trouble with the king. b6. So he's doing as we thought. He's playing b6 to also have the option to play with bishop h6. This is actually a really interesting position here, guys. Out of the opening. And now we have c6. Okay, here we go. So white is up the pawn, but what do we do here? We can also play with rook d8 to have some threats here on this file. I mean, this pawn is also not the strongest, so maybe we can also just try to get it back at some point. We can also just play with bishop h6 here. This is a really interesting position. Remind me to come back to this position here. Okay. Which position have we not watched today and you all want to see? I mean, we can just have a quick look through here, for example, the top board of St. Pauli against Werder Bremen, where you also said you're really interested in this matchup here. Okay, so here again we have the fact that black has the bishop pair, but therefore has some weaknesses in the pawn structure. And this position, yeah, is fine for white. He can just play here. Okay, it seems like h4 is an idea here. Right, there's the rule. If you don't know what to do, just move the a pawn. Always an idea. Hello Isolani, so nice to see you here. Yes, we do have the live camera of the real Vincent Keimer here, and he's playing with the black pieces against Dimitri Kollas. So nice to see you here in chat, Isolani. Hope you're having a great weekend. And yeah, we can okay. He did play bishop d2. I guess black will play something like rook b8, also to have some pressure against the pawn on b2. Okay, here we have two legends playing each other. Etienne Bacrot against Gata Kamsky. And this also looks like an interesting position. So black still needs some time to be able to castle here with the bishop on f8. Or maybe he will just castle alongside. I don't know. But let's look at the opening. So we again had a Sicilian here. Taking here, knight c6, queen c7, Taimanov Bishop e2. And taking here, taking back with the queen. This is not a main line at all. Interesting. Okay, so I mean, the main line is here to take with the b pawn. So I mean that's really often right. You just have more pawns in the center, so that means stronger center. You didn't got a photo or autograph of Vincent. Yeah, fun fact, I've seen him sometimes walking into the playing hall, and it's crazy because every time he entered, so many people approached him to get photos or autographs. So yeah, I think it's really, really interesting to see how that develops over the years, that so many people know him or admire him for things he achieved in chess. I mean, he is a great, great chess player, so it's really impressive at his young age. Okay, the queen took back, short castle and b5. The thing is, this is also a little bit slower to take with the queen, right? But attention, guys, have all of you spotted the threat after bishop b7? Have all of you spotted the threat? Yes, guys, you got it. There's mate in one. Your elo will increase 400 points if you're on a photo with him. Yeah, 100%. Okay, also the chat saw the threat. That's amazing. That's amazing that all of you saw the threat. Okay, let's keep on watching. Bishop f3. Queen goes back and bishop f4, protecting the pawn here. So this is really a fighting position. So this is like a game where I feel like both sides want to win. So I mean, this is a weak pawn here, and we cannot play d6 right now because white just has so much control over this square. White would love to have a knight here, so if we manage that, then black has some problems, but black can also play with knight g6 so that we at least can take back with the bishop here in case that happens. And yeah, I guess we will try to play knight g6, bishop e7 and castle short side. And yeah, white maybe also have a little bit of a weakness on c2 where we could play against in the future. So yeah, really, really interesting position here. Okay. What else do we have? I would just go back to the matchup of Düsseldorf against Solingen and watch the other games, because I think we all only watched the first 4 boards so far, but not the boards 5 to 8, so we can still do that. So this is here the position. That looks like a really equal position to me. I mean, black doesn't have a pawn on the d file, therefore white has half open b file. So in case we ever want to play here with d4, black can probably take one time so that c4 will be weakened. Black can just play here with something like h6. Wait, what will white do? So yeah, this looks like a position where everything could be traded off really quickly and not much is happening. Josefina Heinemann is playing a fun little tactic. We can have a look at that in a second. Okay, let's look at the next game. Oh wow, here is a lot happening. Also, the first thing that comes to my eyes are the rooks here in the corner of the boards. So this is really, really fun to see. So these are not places where the rooks are usually too happy. I would guess that on both of these places, I think something was traded on h3 and the rook went here to protect this pawn. But let's have a look what exactly happened here. So we did have this opening with a6 where white is taking here, because if he's not taking, black will take and play b5. And taking here, bishop g5, taking on f6, and yes, this is how rook a7 happened, because if the knight was already away, you could also play rook b8, right? b8 is probably a more natural spot, but yeah, you want to keep protecting this pawn. And yes, here on h3 a bishop was traded, so this is how this rook here ended up on h3. Is Gukesh playing? Gukesh is not playing today. I don't know about the other 2 rounds. I mean, I could imagine that for the last round, Düsseldorf have some surprises, or Viernheim, because this is gonna be the really, really big matchup. I don't know any inside information, but I could think that during this weekend we maybe see some surprises. But I don't know. a6 to fianchetto, the rook on a7. Yeah, you got it. Long castle, and this is how we got the different side castles as well. So yeah, this is also a really interesting position here. White can try to attack here a little on the king side, and black can try to attack on the queen side. So this looks like a typical game where we will try to attack each other, which is exciting to watch. I like those games a lot. So yeah, why not b5 directly? And then a5. So it looks like white can just strike back in the center with d5. That's a really common motive. If someone attacks on the side of the board, you will try to strike back in the center here. Arjun is already playing today. Arjun Erigaisi is already playing today on the top board of Düsseldorf. So this is actually the game we just saw here. Arjun Erigaisi with white in this position here, where I said looks like everything could be traded off really, really quick. Yes. Thanks for that, Paul. Okay, so this is the position here of Wesley So against Erwin Lamy, and Wesley So here with black pieces, over 100 elo advantage, so he will try his best with black to make the full point. Here we have Anish Giri with the white pieces, and also here some stuff happened since we were here for the last time. The last time we saw bishop on a2, which is now on b1, but therefore we have an open file. So the pawn here is really, really weak. I'll guess we get one of the pawns. I mean, right now black is up a pawn. We can already take the pawn right now if we want to. But we don't have to. We can also go d4 first, because black didn't castle yet, so we can just try to blow the position open. That's something you do when your opponent is not castle yet, not safe with his king yet. And if we castles, we can still think about taking on a6 yet. But again, we can also wait for that a little bit longer. I mean, if you decide to protect this pawn here, you are already in, I mean, this pawn is just hanging, but also, yeah, you're in some trouble here with the center, because if our bishops open up, these are good pieces. Also, this pawn is hanging then. Okay, rook a8 was just, I just wanted to point out that this pawn is not easy to be protected, so we don't need to rush with taking this pawn. We can also do other stuff in the meantime, like playing d4 or rook e1, just improving our position here. Okay. Yeah, black needs to be precise here to not get in danger because white will take the center here. Interesting. It's also interesting to see here how Dimitri and Vincent are sitting at the boards. I mean, that's a pretty normal thing here that Vincent looks really confident in his board. He always has his Vincent stare where he stares at his opponent, and Dimitri is always looking a little bit less confident at his board. Okay, so we have 98% accuracy at the board, Giri against Raga. I mean, they're both really strong players, so I'm not surprised by that. Okay, what do we have here at the board? Anderson against Sindarov. This was where we had another Sicilian, where white played with the double fianchetto. And we actually had the move knight to h6 with the plan to go to f5, which I really like. The knight has a really nice place here on f5 and cannot be, it's not really easy for white to attack the knight here because we don't have an e-pawn left. g4 is also not really nice because it weakens the king immense. So yeah, knight h6 is a really nice plan here to place the knight on f5. And now black is also castling, and bishop f6 is the position we have right now. Black already has time advantage here. I was gone for a bit. I'm back. I mean, we're still in the opening phase, so we have no results yet. This will happen in the future, but we just try to get an overview of all the openings that are happening today. So right now here we are at the board of Anderson against Sindarov. Ooh, we see a switch in the camera. This is exciting. So now we see Max Warmadam against Arjun Erigaisi, the board one of Solingen against Düsseldorf. So this is really nice to see that we also have another cam in action. And since we are at Düsseldorf right now, this is also nice to see. So Solingen are the ones with the blue shirt. So yeah. Oh, and now we go to the woman. Oh, I like this view a lot because we also see the other players in the background. No, that's not Lara Schulze. Please help me. This is really small. I'm not completely sure which board this is, but I think it's the first board. So yeah, but you see there are a lot of people walking around. I think some of them are players who are just watching how their team colleagues are playing, but they also have a lot of visitors. So they made a lot of promotion for this event for people to come to Deggendorf. So yeah, in case any of you is close to Deggendorf, you can also go there on the next 2 days. Oh, this is the board Malzevekaya against Salakidu. Okay, if you want to, we can have a look at that one for a second. We haven't watched that one. So here we are at the Women's Bundesliga. And I will try to find the board as quick as possible. Here we go. So this is the board one of Bad Königshofen against the Schachmeister, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. And it's also really, really nice to see that Bad Königshofen has such a strong season because they were definitely not the first seed. And also today on board one, Bad Königshofen has a really tough pairing against Solakidu. I'm so sorry for mispronouncing any names. So this is the position. Let's have a deeper look into that one. I find it funny how I'm closer to Deggendorf than most Germans. Hello, Konstantin. Greetings from Austria, I guess. Konstantin in chat also is strong. I am not playing today, though. Okay, what opening did we have here? E4, E5. And just here again, the Ruy Lopez. We've seen that before today. And here this time, the bishop goes to C5, not to E7. C3 and quick D4. Taking, and I mean, just yeah, we should give the check here, because if we play bishop A7, white takes all the space, so it's crucial here to give the check first and then play D5 for yourself, so white will not get all the space in the center. E5 and A3. Oh, I just remembered, Konstantin, you're playing for Hamburg, right? And Hamburg is not playing today. So maybe we will see Konstantin playing tomorrow, right? Ah, you don't play for HSK1 yet, so you're playing for the second team, I guess. Also, just to let you know, the Rodewische Schachmietzen, which I think, by the way, is a great name for a chess club. They're on 5th place right now, but they have the same amount of points as the 3rd place. So they could still make it the top 3 here. So it's also really big match for both of them today. Yeah, bishop A5, bishop E3. Okay, so black decides to take the bishop here and play immediate F6, which I really like. This plan is nice because we have the knight here ready to attack the center, and in case we take here, the rook is also attacked. So we already activate our rook. Yes, white has the bishop pair, but we can really actively play against the center. So this is a really nice plan. White decides to take here and just move the queen away to not get any trouble with the center here. Rook G6 and Queen H5. This is the position we have right now. And it looks like, if we just look at the evil bar, that white already have a slight advantage. So here white can play b4. Black doesn't have many options, and we can take this pawn. This pawn is attacked twice right now. So, okay. Let's see what is happening here. So this pawn is not hanging, even though it's attacked twice, but this one here is pinned. So the queen to e8 made this knight being pinned. So that is why queen e8 is probably not the nicest move here. So you can take here, but we take back with a check as well. So now again, yeah, we can just castle and we are up a pawn for now. So yeah, queen e8 seemed like not such a good move. We should have played b5 first, the bishop goes back, and then we can still do whatever here, and our pawn will not be hanging in the near future. But how it came with queen h5 and queen e8, we just removed a piece that is protecting this pawn. You probably thought you have some tricks here with taking there and the bishop cannot move, but yeah, I think white can just play b4 and then take the pawn here. And everyone, thank you so much for following. If I'm not shouting out every single one, thank you so much. What's the prize for the winner? I actually don't know. They for sure get a trophy as a team. But yeah, maybe someone in chat knows. So it's usually that the sponsor gives the players a bonus if they play a really good season or something like this. but I don't know what the official price is. Why doesn't bishop takes d4 work? In which position? After b4, so you mean here? You mean here? Okay, I mean, we should not take back here, because then there's a check and we're in big danger. That looks like we can just... Okay, this is a really good question. Thanks for pointing that out. But we can just... It looks like we can just play rook d1. And after taking here, we will take back with a knight. We're not up the pawn anymore. Everything is protected though. And we have a strong bishop here. So these knights are kind of pinned to each other right now. But yeah, this is a really good question. This is probably also the best line to play here with black, to take on d4. Yeah, that was a really good point. Yeah, you're not up the pawn, so this is probably easier to play on the long run for black. That's true. She should probably choose this position then. Okay. Someone also said in chat that Josefina had a nice little tactic here. So let me see what tactic that was. Oh, so she just took here because then... So right now she's up a piece, right? She sacrificed her piece here on c4 to be able to play like this. If the knight moves, I don't know, if you... Yeah, I mean, you see the queen is hanging, right? So this was a discovered attack here. So I guess if the queen just goes anywhere to... Oh, we don't even need to take it right now. We can just take here first. Yes, so black does have some problems here. We will for sure get the piece back and maybe also some extra pawns. We have more space. So this already looks really, really promising here for Josefina. After just 12 moves, and she's up on time. So she got out of the opening really, really good. So congratulations to her for that. Really nice to see. We can also watch Dinara Wagner. I think when we look at the ELO, she's #1 in Germany right now. They're always switching with Elisabeth and Dinara, but I think right now it's Dinara. And she also won a women's prize at Grenke, so she had a decent tournament there. She played really good games. So back here at the Bundesliga to play normal chess. Yes, the males, the Open is also playing. We just had a quick look at the women. So after this game, I would go back to the Open section. And I think if you look closely to the camera in the back, you see also all the players from the Open section as well. Okay, yeah, so this is really exciting because this weekend we have all of the games at the same time. We have 3 rounds of the Open League and we have 3 games of the Women's League. So this is a really, really big final this weekend. Yeah, it's really big. Knight c3, e5. And Dinara playing here her opening repertoire, really solid, going for quick development, no problems here so far. h6. Okay, a5, preventing b4. Rook c1, protecting the bishop because it was kind of attacked. And now we also have this square for our bishop here as black. Oh, okay, this is an interesting move here to play with e4. Open up the position. I like this move. I mean, you could also just play with bishop g4, develop your pieces first. White does have some pressure against c7, but as long as the knight is on c6, that's not really a big problem. So e4 here right now really is, yeah, asking white, okay, what are you doing now? And white only has one move. For example, if the knight goes back, we can just play knight d4. Oh no, not sorry, knight d4. We can just play knight d4, and the queen is attacked. e2 is hanging, and if you play something like queen d1, we take here, and queen e2 is still working, right? So in this position here, you cannot go away with the knight. Again, knight d4 is coming. So you have to take here, and then we will take back with the knight. And yeah, so here we traded this e-pawn, this d-pawn against the e-pawn. So the question is, who did it help more? But for now, black also have some threats. If you try to play with e3, we have maybe bishop f5 to have some threats against the queen. So I guess it's, oh, this is actually how it happened. So this is the actual position right now. So yeah, we developed everything really quick here. We have some pressure against the queen. The queen should probably move away. We will protect the pawn somehow. And then in the future, we will also put a rook on the d file. And white is a little bit decoordinated here. We have a knight on a4. We have a rook on f1 that cannot move. So Dinara, I have to say, she came out of the opening with a really nice position here. Yeah, I like the position here for her. Okay, so since you ask, we can move back to the open section here. We will stay at the camera for a little on the women's boards. And yes, so where should we have the next look at? I think we still didn't manage to go through all the Düsseldorf's board yet. So let's just keep looking here, because those are the most important matchups for the Open League this weekend, because this is where the champion will be decided. Okay, we have some wishes for the Vincent game. We can watch the Vincent game in a second. I'm doing great. But I'm going to hydrate a little. There we go. So what is happening here in this game? Okay, we have a king that is in check. What do? We don't want to move the king, so we probably just move something in between. This looks like a logical move here. Bishop to d2. Okay, but how did this position happen? So we had the Sicilian here also. And oh, this was the position where he played with f3, e5. Okay, and the quick d5. I remember, so that d6 will not be a weakness for the entire game. And he also played with d4 here. We have a Dutch matchup on board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of Düsseldorf against Solingen. c3, knight c6, taking, and bishop b5. Okay, so this is how this happened. So this pawn here, right, looked super strong, but white did a really good job of immobilizing it by attacking it as quick as possible, because if we wait too long, black can just protect the center really well, but white is doing a really good job of trying to weaken here all the pawns and squares. So right now we already need to watch out for this pawn. So this is why black gave a check here first. So for example, if we go here with the knight, black can do something like queen b6, protect the pawn for now, also attack this one, and this pawn is not longer attacked by the queen. So this is actually nice for black. If black manages to hold this pawn, black does have more space. Black has really nice places for the knights because white also has a lot of weaknesses here with the f3 move. So yeah, so this is already a point where black definitely should play with bishop to d2 here. John playing Luke is kind of funny. You think so? I mean, they know each other, right? They're both Dutch, so both traveling to Germany to play each other here. They could have done this at home as well, I guess. Okay, so next game. And guys, I think you heard this before. Both of these players also played in Grenke, so in Karlsruhe. Maybe they just traveled from Karlsruhe straight to Deggendorf. He used almost 1 hour for bishop b4. Oh wow, that's a lot of time. Yeah, I will go to the Vincent game after we're through with Düsseldorf. So I want to have a quick look through at all the boards at Düsseldorf. So here actually Andrei Isipenko, he had a really good tournament at Karlsruhe. He ended up being 3rd place, winning over 20,000 euros. So yeah. Oh, we have a comment on YouTube. I love Lichess. I love Lichess too. Nice to be united. Nice to be united here with all our love to Lichess. Okay, so and also Jan Smets, he had also a good tournament. He actually beat Grishuk. Grishuk, in case you don't know him, he's a strong player. So that was really interesting to see. Fun story maybe. I actually watched him defeat Grishuk, and it was the last game. They played for a really long time and a lot of people were watching. And after they finished, so you know Jan Smets, he is a really strong GM and he just beat Grishuk, who's a super strong player. But after the game finished, so many people wanted pictures and autograph from Grishuk and no one wanted one from Jan Smets, which I think was really interesting to see because also Grishuk just lost and so many people wanted pictures with him. But yeah, I guess fans, they they were not really impressed by Grishuk losing. They still wanted the picture of their idol. So that was interesting to witness actually for me. Okay, we have knight c3 and knight f6. The 4 knights here and d4. Going to the Scotch variation. Taking, and yeah, Scotch can be really wild sometimes. Bishop d3, taking, and I mean it's known if black like knows the lines really well, it's really easy to equalize the positions. Okay, so here we have castling and taking on d5 and h3, so that, yeah, I guess maybe again if we want to play something like this, so that knight g4 will not be annoying, like knight g4, queen h4, I don't know, just stuff we don't want to deal with. c6, and in this position both of them still played really quick, right? So this was move 10 and both players still had over 1 hour and 30 minutes. So this was also really quickly played. Yeah, this is all theory in this opening. You say it, the drunken mod. You say it. Okay, the bishop goes back to d6. It's not doing much anymore here on b4 since the king already castled, and you don't want to take here because then white just has the bishop pair and the pawns here are not really weak. I mean, you could think that they are weak, but we're actually happy to take back. I mean, these are double pawns, yes, but we do have control over really important squares here. So these pawns are really not weak, and our bishop pair is really strong here. So this is kind of dangerous for black, so it's correct to not take here on c3 and instead go back with the bishop to d6, rook e1, bishop e6, bishop g5. And this is where black started thinking for a little, playing h6 here. White, yeah, is going... Oh, okay, this is really nice way of protecting this pawn here, I think. You don't want to weaken your pawn structure anyhow with moving pawns, because it can be annoying sometimes. Maybe also this diagonal can be a little bit annoying in the future. So it makes sense to not make pawns move if not possible. Taking here on f6 and now playing with b3 that the queens are gone. And okay, so this is the position right now. Black has the bishop pair, but has a little bit weaker pawn structure. But I don't know. I think I would choose this position with black, because black already has an active rook here. We can maybe play with c5, c4 in the future. White doesn't really have some pawn approaches here. So yeah, really interesting. Yeah, we're speaking English because this is the biggest league in the world. So a lot of people are watching these games on the weekend to see all the best players in the world getting together at the German league. Is really exciting. Okay, I'm curious if black can make something out of this position. I mean, maybe white can play with something like rook c1 and c4. But again, opening up the position is not really beneficial for white, because black is the person who has the bishop pair and would like to open up the position, right? But yeah, you can also play directly c4, and if taking, you cannot take back because your rook is hanging, right? So maybe rook bishop e5 first, the rook needs to move, and then you can take here. Taking, and now it's not a bishop pair anymore, it's only a bishop, and that should be fine. That should be fine for white. So everything would trade off really, really quickly in this line. So maybe, yeah, I said c4 is dangerous, but here it looks like, since black cannot take back here right now, this is fine. Yeah. So in this position, maybe he could have played bishop e5 first, so that this bishop here is not pinned like this. Maybe this would have been an approach. But yeah, still, a lot can happen. Let's go to the next game. And here it already looks like, if we just look at the evil bar, I haven't really realized what is happening here yet, but that black already made some mistakes here. So let's look at what happened in this game. We again had a Sicilian here. Wow, all the boards are playing Sicilian. This is really, really interesting to see here. So e4, c5, knight f3, d4, taking, and bishop d3. Yeah, so here also knight c3 can be played to protect this pawn, but bishop d3 as even as good. Knight c6, taking here, and bishop f4, d5. So black has a really solid center here, everything well protected. We go back, castling short side, and in case if you're wondering, is this pawn not hanging? I mean, it is, but you don't really want to take there as long as your king is still in the middle. So for example, in this position, we can just go back with the queen. We threaten rook b1 from time to time, and it's just really Yeah, really, really hard. I mean, if you play like this, we will just try to open up the position. Here we can already play like knight c4. You cannot take because the rook is hanging. So yeah, in this position, sorry, the pawn was hanging, but when you're not castled yet, you always need to think like twice or even thrice about taking a pawn like this. This is always really dangerous to snag pawns on b2 or b7. Okay, a5, c4, bishop a6. Okay, this also looks like being really slow. Did I not just say black needs to castle? Why is he doing all this stuff here on the queen side? Okay, he does want to trade the bishop off because the bishop here is not really happy with all these pawns standing on black, but it would be better to first secure the king and then play this. So now he's doing it, but he already lost a lot of time on the way. And yeah, let's see here. Okay, here would have been better to just try to go for some threats here with rook to d1. Okay, he wanted to play knight b3. Also looks logical, attacking this pawn here and preventing the queen on taking on b2 in the future. And this was here actually a blunder. I don't really understand why he did this, because if the queen is standing here, we can just take here and attack the queen. So that looks like a really weird move, because we can just take here. I don't know what the idea was after this move. Okay, maybe he just wanted to go back and say, okay, but if you go back, I maybe have some attacks here sometimes when I already castled. Yeah, no, it's a really weird move. The queen is not really extremely happy here on b7. I don't know if he just wanted to protect the rook. Yeah. I mean, you can try to trade off the queens. The queen has nowhere to go. But yeah, you can snag this pawn here, and then white is just a pawn up. Yeah, castling is sadly not really overrated, to be honest. Yeah. Okay, now, I see what his idea was. He wanted to play this so his knight is protected so that he can castle. That was the idea of queen b7. I see. But you can still just take on a5 and attack the queen. This is really inconvenient position. Okay. Let's look at the 8th board of Düsseldorf against Solingen here. Real masters don't castle. Yeah, I'm not sure if I would agree to that statement, to be honest. I'm not 100% sure if I also think like that. But yeah, we'll see. What happened here so far? Queen on g3. I mean, this is attacking a pawn, but I guess black can just castle. But it looks really. I would pick white here. We do have some threats. Black needs to be a little bit yeah. Needs to be precise here to not get in danger, I would think. You could also think about knight h5. And if the queen goes back, you just also go back. Because if you stay here, you can also just go back, right? White will not want a draw, so he will go back here. And we don't have to castle yet. We can maybe let the king in the middle for a while. I'm not sure, though. I mean, as soon as we castle, White will try to somehow open the position, to somehow blow this open. Yeah, this is hard to play with black, I would say. Yeah, I mean, you can castle, but it doesn't look too fun to play for me. But yeah, as the chat already said, real masters don't castle, right? Okay, so let's go back to the Vincent game. I know all of you wanted to see this. You've been waiting for this for a long time, and here I give it to you. Okay, a lot happened since we've been here for the last time. So let's take a quick look. Hello, Operation Crossroads from YouTube. Nice that you made it to this stream. Also, everyone who's watching from YouTube, if you like it, like the video. That really helps us. Yeah, because you cannot like on Twitch, right? But you can like the stream on YouTube. So yeah, quick reminder. Okay, so here we have the Sicilian, as we have in a lot of positions today. A6, bishop e2, going back. And yeah, we've seen here taking this, so this all makes sense. And this is the position we saw. And here it's really interesting that here taking back with the king is actually the best move. You would think, why would we move the king here if the queens are still on the board? But the king is actually really safe because the black squared bishops are already from the board, and our king is making a really good job to protect this pawn right now. So yeah, we can really take here with the king and just try to get our queen out, because otherwise the queen always would need to protect the pawn. But right now, yeah, it's protected enough. Taking here, and now we also get the f file. Okay, now we should not take on f7 because this is a threat from time to time. So we also need to watch out for that one. h6, g3. You love games without castling. Yeah, it's really interesting also when the queens are still on the board, right? So this is actually not happening too often, that the king is in the middle and the queens are on the board and it's equal. So knight c5, queen e3, and queen b4 playing really actively here. So this pawn can also be protected by a rook now if necessary. And we also have some threats here for other boards as well. There we have the live cam again. That's awesome. Okay, so that's why white played here with f3 to protect this pawn. But this knight can be really annoying. We can also play like knight a4 maybe, threatening something in case no one has seen this. This would be mate in one here to threaten to take on b2. And okay, he did not play this. He played rook c8 first, which is also really logical. And then king b1. I don't know what you think, but I have the feeling that black is a little bit in the driver's seat here in this position. Like he is making the threats, and yeah, he has a lot of potential here with black. As long as the king is safe in the middle, which it looks like is. Also h6 was a nice move to take out possible queen g5 checks. So yeah, Winnie is on the attack with the king in the middle. So this is really exciting stuff. Time management is fine. So we've seen Vincent struggling with time management a little bit in the past, but right now it seems fine. Yeah. This is really, really nice to see, actually. Okay, let's go on to the second board. So right now we have no positions with immense time trouble. This is all still fine. But in the near future, we will get all the exciting time trouble time travel matches. So yes. Okay, here we also had opposite castles, but the queens are already off the board. So white has a yeah, a little bit better. I mean, I wouldn't really say. So black just has some weaknesses here that could be easy to attack for us, but in general, black also has the bishop pair. So this is a really, really equal position right now. Black will develop the bishop to e6 probably. We can play g3 and f4 to place all our remaining pawns on black squares, which makes a lot of sense because we only have our white squared bishop left, so it would be really nice to have this set up here as white. And if we have a pawn here on f4, we could also try to get our knight to e5, because in these positions with a knight it's really important that we have a good spot for the knight, because on a square like this the knight is not doing anything, and if we have a pawn on f4 we have a really nice square for the knight on e5. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense to play here with g3 and f4, I would say. I mean, and if white is trying to trade here, then not much is happening in this position. Okay. So I think since the we're not in time trouble yet, but will be soon. I will go for a quick 5-minute break so everyone can grab a coffee, and I will be back in 5 minutes. And then we will watch the games. So yeah, be back in a second. I will give you the boards, and yeah, see you in a second. Hello, guys! I hope all of you had a great break as well. I'm back. I hope you're also all back and still motivated for the games that we have here today. Welcome back. Welcome, everyone. So yeah, did I miss anything here? Of course. What did I miss, guys? Kostyniuk seems to have a pretty good position. Okay, that's nice. Thank you for the update. We can have another look at the Kostyniuk game. I think that's a really good idea. We didn't look at the women's games for a while. And yeah, so here we have still open the game Dinara Wagner against Margarita Krapko. But let's look at the former world champion. Ooh! You guys, I will look at Kostyniuk's position any second, but I also want to have a look at Fiona Anthony Steil because, yeah, I saw that she is playing, and you might know her because she's doing a lot of commentary and interviews and stuff, but she didn't play herself a lot, so it's really nice to see her play here. Yes, Fiona is playing this weekend for Deizisau on board. I'm not completely sure which board this is, to be honest, but she is playing and she has the white pieces here. So what's happening? Okay, so she started with one f4. I'm not 100% sure, but I would think that this is not her main repertoire. Fiona is board 5, I think. Okay, thank you so much. So here you see how strong Schwäbisch Hall actually is, that they still have such a strong player on board 5 is pretty impressive. Yeah, wow. Yeah, Schwäbisch Hall is a really strong opponent. Okay, they start with one f4 and just going for normal opening moves here. Trading off the knight, and she has a decent position here. I mean, her knight is well placed in the opposite to the bishop on g7, so that's fine. She can play here with a4 to get some more space, also to prevent black from playing b5 herself, so a4 would definitely be here an option. But she played with bishop f3, also good move. Having some threats here against the queen on c6. Bishop f5 and g4. Okay, g4 is really brave. Okay, Fiona, it seems like she really came here to have a fight, to impress, to have a wild game. So she's motivated. Yeah, they have a lot of Georgian women, Schwäbisch Hall, and Georgian women are really strong. They have, I think, is it the strongest nationality for women's chess? I'm not sure, but they've been winner of the Olympiad already, so they have a really good team. And she's going for g4, g5. And I mean, this is a really interesting position here. This pawn chain is really interesting. You don't see this often. It looks a little bit like freestyle chess, but this is actually normal chess. Okay, so the bishop here is now hanging on b2 since the bishop moved. So the best approach is just to trade it off, which she also did. Knight takes and knight c3, knight f5, queen e2, and knight h4. This is the position we do have right now. And yeah, we can, I mean, we don't want her to trade off our bishop because then we would get a lot of weak squares. So it is better just to take here. And if black takes back, we can just go like, yeah, I mean, maybe this is sometimes a threat. We can also go king h1 here. But I'm thinking right now, if you play this right now, we can we? Okay, not here, but let's say we go here and you go here. Can we take here? Oh, then you take here. I was thinking because when you take back, then the knight is hanging, but you can take here, and then there is also some stuff happening here, right? I see. I see. That makes sense. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, okay, so this is the position, and the best move is probably just to take here with the knight, and then you can go back with the bishop, so you have these squares under control. Yeah, so maybe it makes more sense to take here with the knight. And if you take here first, we can take here and then just go back with the rook, and we have all light pieces traded off, and maybe you can also play something like this in the future. Okay, she actually took here with the bishop, also playable. And this is the position right now. Okay, so let's see if her bravery will be rewarded in this game. Really interesting stuff happening here for Fiona Anthony's style. Interesting. Really, really interesting. Okay, so who did you wish again to see? I think it was Kostyuk, right? Kostyuk against Svenja Butenandt, a young German strong woman. And we still... Okay, so now we have two bishops against two knights, but the position's still really closed, so the knights, they are strong. Stronger than thought sometimes. This is also weakness, that we can attack as black somehow. And as long as white is not managing to open up the position, black can make some threats here. Never underestimate the knight pair. Yeah, that's what people say, right? 100%. Nothing is decided yet. Yeah, she is up on time, but not too much. I mean, we're only in move 20, so I'm happy that we're back before anything too crazy happened here. So we can still witness all the crazy stuff. Okay, so which board do you also want to see? If no one has any specific wish for a wish for a women's board, I would go back to the open section. We can have a quick look at Elisabeth Peetz, German #1. This position looks really interesting as well. I know I'm saying that a lot today. But she is up and down in exchange, but got a really good attack therefore. So let's see how she sacrificed the exchange here against Tea Gucci, a strong Italian woman international master. Okay, so Elisabeth is going for a really decent opening here, playing with c4 and d4, doing a double side fianchetto. Really, really solid opening here. You really have to say. And now after black played with c5, she's taken the option to play against this isolated pawn here. So now she has a better pawn structure she can play against, improving the position here. Okay, and this is it seems like already a slight mistake, because we have some counterplay here. This on the first glimpse looks dangerous for white, but we can just sack the rook here. And black has... Okay, but white also doesn't have too many pieces to attack left, but it looks like we can just bring our other knight to the game. And h6 and f6. Huge problems here. Wow. This is a beautiful, beautiful exchange sacrifice here. We just bring the knights in and... okay, what is when you play like this? Okay, we give a check. You go away. And then we just take this pawn, okay. Yeah, this is a really interesting position here. So this is the best plan here. The rook! That's right. That does look scary. Yeah, I'm curious. And also, I already said Bayern Munich is in danger of not holding the league. So if they have a bad weekend, they could still be in danger of being one of the bottom 3 teams. So right now they're on 11th place out of 12, which is not the best. So yeah, we will see how it goes. Okay, if there are no other wishes here. Oh, we already have our first. Oh, we have our first results, guys. I've just been away for a second and we have our first draw here. Not in this position. Oh, sorry, guys. Here, there we go. We have our first draw in this position here. So how did it happen? Everything was just traded off, so it actually happened like this, that black really did take on d2. So all the pieces were traded, and in this position, Ruslan Kazijanov decided to offer a draw, and Matthias Blühbaum, the current European champion, decided here with black that this is a good option. I mean, if you get a quick draw with black against such a strong opponent, you don't say no. And yeah, so this is our first result here. But I still see we already have different... Oh, wow, guys, I'm surprised that we have a draw in this game. You remember when I said earlier here that this was like a super interesting position? Look at this position, right? Because the black king is still in the middle and has some problems developing. But therefore, we have some weaknesses on the queen side we can play against. So I really thought this looks like a big fighting position, but it seems like he just offered a draw and white accepted. I guess because we have a possible option to repeat moves here. So I think that's what both of the players saw, so they just went for it. They just went for this draw. And so we already have 2 draws in the matchup Deizisau against Baden-Baden. So I guess they're having a nice afternoon. I mean, you also have to say they have 3 games this weekend. So it's fine to keep some energy for the remaining 2 rounds. Okay. We have another draw here, Patrick Zelbel against Robert Marcus in this position. Here actually white offered a draw after taking the pawn. And I mean, if black doesn't want to draw this position, I mean, it does look really equal here, material and pawn structure completely equal. I mean, white can try to get something like this going, but I understand why they agreed to a draw in this position. And we have another draw, guys. Zindarov against Andersen. Wow. So I do remember when we saw this position, and we did say this looks like a position where pieces could be traded off. And this is exactly what happened. Everything's been traded off. But black does have a little bit weaker pawns. Okay, but d3 is also weak. And the bishops have different colors. So here after king f8, Zindarov just offered a draw and white accepted. And white has a slightly better position because of all the weaknesses here. But I mean, if you play Zindarov, I guess you're also, yeah, know that he is a strong player. And yeah, he could have played on here with white. Maybe like rook b1, rook c1, something like this. Interesting. Is Lara Schulze playing? I haven't seen her board yet. Maybe I oversaw it. So we also have got a camera back. So let's look at, since we just got Arjun here on full face, let's just watch his position. But before we watch his game, let's look at his face. Does he look happy or does he not look happy? It looks like he's thinking but not looking at the board, right? He looks like he's thinking while looking over the board. I think he looks like, yeah, well, my position is not winning. What should I do now? Something like this. I don't know. Okay, let's look at his game now. Oh, his position is actually different than when we looked at it the last time. Because the last time I said here, not much is happening. Because we have, yeah, I mean, the same pieces, but this pawn is not here. Like, you know, we have a pawn on d file and black has a pawn on the b file. So what did he do to improve his position? He rotated his knight. Oh, and he decided to go for f4. That's nice. Okay, taking the space you can get. Also a3 here, really nice move because knight b4 can be really annoying. Attacking the queen and d3, because d3 is a weakness here sometimes. It's not protected by any pawn and black has some pressure against d3, right? So I do understand why he played it like this. a3, knight b8, and yeah, just taking all the space he can get. Nice. Slowly improving the position, and here going for e5, trading off the bishops. And this was actually already, yeah, I guess taking here was not good. I mean, you can already play knight e8 right now. The thing is, with taking here, you develop your opponent. If you wait for it, and let's say then white takes here, if we compare this position, the other position is the same position, but this knight was already here and this knight was here, right? So the position we got in the game was like this. So the other position is way better for black. So it does make sense to not take here on your own, to play knight e8 first. That's also really, really important rule. Sometimes like taking is really, really not good. Letting take is much, much better. Okay, so this is still not our live position. I will go on. Eline Röbers is up a pawn. Oh, she's a strong Dutch female player. We can also look at that game. But let's stay with Arjun for a second, because we also have his cam and his board right now. So let's see what happened here. Queen f2, queen e7, rook e1. Black trying to double up here. Oh, and he's going all in, g4. He doesn't care. I mean, he really needs to make sure that this is not gonna be a weakness, that black will not break through, because if this pawn falls, we have some danger with our king. But for now, this is protected. So queen d8, this is the position right now. Okay, f5 is not working yet, because yeah, d3 is just hanging, so it makes sense to protect it somehow. We can either play queen e2 or queen d2. Both looks really, really logical here. Yeah, I think he will move the queen away, and I don't know what black will do here. If they also move the queen to e7, for example, then we can try to proceed here. I mean, we don't have to go with f5. We can also go with g5 and then maybe advance the h-pawn. We have a lot of space here, and black can't really do anything. You can never play f6 again. We have all the control about that square. And look at also the possibility to plant our knight ourselves on f6. So this looks really not so fun here to play with black, I have to say. So I guess Arjun is thinking about how he wants to protect this pawn right now. He can also play queen d2, but I wouldn't want to go here. The thing is, if he goes to e2, maybe this... I don't think it's annoying because, I mean, here we can just take, and if taking back, this is never a weakness anymore because this pawn is in between, and now we can focus on advancing on the king side. I mean, I wouldn't say, like, yeah, she just has a really good position. Yes, Fiona is playing, and you say Josefina is winning. Nice. I mean, she already had a really nice position out of the opening, and you say Lara will hold. Also, really nice information here. We will also check all these games up later, but I think now we will stay at the open section for a second. And yeah, I'm really curious how Arjun is thinking here. Just looking at the air. Not looking at the board at all. Or am I hallucinating? He's not looking at the board. He's just looking over the board. What is he thinking? Thank you so much for following, Sapien. Okay, the Kleck game is also interesting, you say? I am so poetic, you think so? But he is not looking at the board. You always calculate like this. Yeah, this is how you also indicate really strong players. They really don't need to look at the board to think about the position. Kleck is winning against Nino right now. Okay, guys. If you say so many things are happening, I will real quickly switch to their board, of course. That would be a big thing. Also, I have to give a big, or I just have to mention that it's really impressive what Hannah-Marie Kleck is doing right now, because she also was working for Grenke and she organized everything so well. Okay, so what happened here? So Hannah is black here, and she is annoying white with all the weaknesses here, so she's doing a good job with that so far. And just improving the pieces, and you see, like, this is really annoying here for white. And this is a really unfortunate structure. C5, and here this looks like really good for black. Why is that? Okay, let's try to find out. If you just take, we take back. I guess, I mean, here we can take the next move, but why is this so incredibly strong here? What happens if we just play like this? Just knight g5, and this is mate. So we have the threat of just going in with a knight. Okay. So the king is so weak, it cannot go anywhere, and we just try to checkmate here on h3. So that's the idea. So that's why d4 was so weak, because now we get the bishop here. So Hannah might actually be winning here. That would be a big win. I mean, her opponent is a GM. Wow. That's a really nice position, actually. Really interesting. That, yeah, this is just, yeah, you just trade off the defender. And these pieces here are so uncoordinated that you cannot do anything against it. Wow. That's really interesting here. And then you also wanted to see the board of Eline Röbers, I heard. So we will also have a look at that one. Oh, it was Eline Röbers against Lara Schulze, actually. So I thought we had to check two boards for that game, but they are playing against each other. So you said Eline is up a pawn, but it is a double pawn. I see what you're talking about. Hello, Danny. Hello, hello. So here we don't have many options. We can only play King F2, so this will also happen. And yeah, so this is protected right now, but I don't really see how this double pawn is gonna help us to win. So, yeah. Yeah, Lara Schulze only has 13 minutes left, but it's fine because it's not the most complicated position, and on move 40 there will get extra time. So that's fine. Okay, yeah. Could really likely end in a draw, this position, but Hannah could really win this, and this would be a big win here. Also for Deizisau against Schwäbisch Hall, because as I already said, oh, Deizisau is actually only on 8th place. They had a really tough season so far. So yeah, I mean, winning against Schwäbisch Hall would be great. 100%. Oh, interesting, guys. Arjun played Queen F1. We only thought about Queen E2, but Queen F1, why not? I don't see a problem with that move. Ah, okay. Now I see why Queen E2 was better, because now Black has a chance to play Knight D6. Because if we take, our bishop on B2 is hanging, and that was not the case when our queen would still be on the second rank. So this is why Queen D2 was a little bit more accurate here. Interesting, I see. Guys, I want to go back to the Vincent Keimer game, because that was extremely interesting. In my opinion. Okay, so queens are traded off now. So I think we had this position where Dimitri defended the pawn here. And then, okay, a mate. Did Dimitri see the mate and won? He did, and played Queen B3. A5 and taking. Okay, so he is fine with getting the double pawns, because we also have some, yeah, this is also kind of restricting the white position, because white cannot easily play c3, and this could potentially be a weak spot in the future. So he really decided to say, okay, I get a double pawn, but I also can continue to build some pressure. Okay, so he decided to protect the pawn like this. Knight c5. Wow. Look how these pieces here work together. I mean, the rook is hanging and the pawn is hanging, so I guess he is playing rook e3 and rook c8. Yeah, the white pieces look a little uncoordinated here. And it's so funny because if this happens, we have such a bad pawn structure, but we will come in eventually and make some threats. It's funny that this position is equal with this pawn structure of black. That's actually really interesting. Yeah, this is also like a Vincent position. He likes to squeeze these kind of position. You mean why he didn't take on f4 in this position? And then play rook f8? I mean, you can protect this really easily. Or are you meaning that he's threatening there to take now? I mean, yeah, if you're not protecting this pawn, then Vincent can take here in the next move. That's true. That's true. Okay, what other games do we have that already look like they're kinda... Oh, okay, so in this game here, it looks like Jordan against Luc van Veli has a really nice position. Is he not up like a pawn? Yeah, he is up a pawn. And it looks like a really healthy one as well. We can just attack the rook here and then maybe transfer a knight here at some point. We can also play h5. I think g5 was really optimistic here. I guess he wanted to play kind of g5 because he didn't see what kind of counterplay he has here. He wanted to do something, but yeah, that's really... Yeah, thanks everyone for following the Lichess channel. How did he lose the pawn though? Should we go back in time a little? So this was still a completely normal position here. So this is... Oh, this was this game. Didn't we think that black had a decent position here? Yeah, so remember when I said black has a good position when they managed to protect everything here? Looks like he wasn't able to protect this. This pawn was just falling. This one is also weak. So yeah, this is where this position came from here. So we got into this position here, and white is just a clean pawn up. And the king never castled, but it's completely healthy and fine here on f2. The rook is also fine here, cannot be attacked, protecting everything. The knight is protecting b2. Interesting. Okay, what is happening at the board of Wesley So? Wesley So, is he up? No, he's not. Black will take back the pawn. Okay, there's nothing happening. This will be a draw, I think. We just have 5 against 5. And queen, rook, queen, rook. I would be surprised if someone wins that, to be honest. Okay, what is Anish doing here? So here we also have the same pieces, but black has a pawn on A and C and white on B and C. So black has a little bit better pawn structure. White has a little bit better pawn structure because they're protecting each other. So this position is better for white. Also, we're pointing to the king side, maybe having some threats sometimes. Yeah. We could also think about playing here with h4. Otterkring is hoping for Marcus, for the black player here in chat. Bishop b1 is the threatening mate in 1. But I have bad news for you. I guess the opponent would see that and could just play g6. And yeah, so I guess this is also, I mean, this is a nice idea. But I guess if we prepared with h4, h5, this could be even more powerful. So yeah. Okay, here we still have the end game. How much are the top Bundesliga players paid? So this is no public information, but I mean you have to think about that most of the top players, they're chess pros. So they pay everything with what they make playing chess. So I mean it's enough that they can pay their bills, and I mean stronger players for sure get paid more. But yeah, they do get a decent amount for every game, I would say. But I don't know inside information. Rook e5. Okay, what happens if we just give a check here? King just goes away. There's not really a threat. Black has everything under control, everything protected. Even though it looks a little bit sketchy on the first look, everything is fine here. Okay, interesting. But interesting how white is playing this. So white Willie, I mean, if we look at the position, sorry, you still see that? Yeah, okay. If you look at the position we had a couple of moves before, it really looked like the position would dry out somehow. Like I thought in this position, like black has a nice position, but yeah, white really managed to make some pressure here. So Jan Smets against Andrei Esipenko here. Have fun in the lurk. Okay, I'm kind of curious what Max Warmadam played in the game. Okay, so he did not go for this knight d6 move here he had, which would have been his best option to try to trade some pieces here, because he does have some problems. So that would have been a good approach here. Okay, he did play a6 instead. And now it looks like it's just a good choice to play something like rook d2, also covering the bishop. So, okay, now he did not prevent this, so black can still play knight d6 here. I don't know, I mean... Okay, let's try to understand why these players are not trying to prevent this move. What are they afraid of? Okay, first of all, white does not have to take here. He can just go away. And then the question is, what is the knight doing here if it's not going to trade anything? Maybe that's also a big point. Like, we will just continue to attack here. Maybe that's a point. And it looks like Hannah is converting it. That's great news. If Hannah is really winning against Nino, that's a big point for her. Are you on location? No, I'm not in Deggendorf right now. I'm not in Deggendorf right now. Okay, he did not play this move. So now, it looks like now we can just really go with our h4 plan here. He did not go for the move here. Interesting games. Yeah, I agree. I mean, Arjun Eriga is also a super strong player. He did drop a little bit on rating. He had a really tough tournament in Weigandsee, I think, is where he lost a lot of rating. So knight g3 is definitely an option, but the thing is that the knight is already really strong here, because we look at all these squares, so black cannot really move their pieces, and we can already play h4 right now. We don't need knight g3 for this. Oh, you wanted to play f5 and not h5. I see. Okay. I think f5 looks really dangerous because it's opening up the position a lot. And if the position is too open, we also have some problems with our king sometimes. So we need to be careful of how to approach this. And we already saw earlier that maybe, oh, okay, here, so this is really bad because the knight just jumps into f5. Okay, so we need to be really careful on what to play here. Yeah, maybe just trying to get a rook here at some point. Something like this maybe. Rook d2 and then get a rook here over. Wow, okay, we need to come back to this position. They're only in move 27, so could be really interesting when the time gets low. We have only a draw so far, no decisive result. Okay, let's go through the games we haven't seen so far. Okay, so this is board 1 of Bayern Munich against Deggendorf. Also, again, 2 super strong GMs here. Okay, this looks really weird for me. It first looks like white really have some weaknesses here, but on the other hand, white has more room. So if black cannot make anything out of it, we just have more room. So yeah, maybe we'll just also protect here this pawn somehow. If black is going for knight f5, we can also just take here twice and get into a position like this, where the knight is super lost here on h7, cannot go anywhere, but our bishop is also a little bit lost. So yeah, this is an interesting position here. Yeah, this knight here is really sad on h7. Oh, even more pieces are traded off in this game here. Okay, and now it seems like the more traded off, the weaker are these pawns here getting. Okay, so now there is a mate in 1 that needs to be covered. I mean, if you... Oh, their bishop is also hanging. So you have to either play bishop e2 or king c1. Yeah, makes sense. I think it's really interesting that this position is equal, because I would think that these pawns will fall at some point and then white should be better. Also, white has the bishop, but it seems like this is completely fine for Vincent. Yeah, rook d4, activating the rook, maybe going over here or over here, attacking some weaknesses. Yeah, I don't think that Dimitri is going to lose this position. But yeah, still really interesting. They're already in move 32, so they will make the 40th move soon. Oh, Pumpkin the cat also said that Nino is going to lose her queen. Okay, I want to see this position because this was so interesting. Is this her game? Okay, she's gonna be up in exchange. Okay, let's see. So we had this position here, which was suddenly winning for black, because black had the option to trade off this defender and then just mate. Because if you would have taken here, for example, we just threaten a mate on h3, the king cannot go anywhere. So that's why white decided here to play knight c1. The bishop has been traded off, and still, this is so brutal. If you're not doing anything, this is just threatening here. We can then also take on f1, get our second rook in. So this is really, really not nice to play. Rook takes f1 and getting the next rook in here. And the knight can not only go to f3, but also to h3, but also to f3. What happened here? King h1. And here, yeah, it's like maiden 10 here. So here it would have been completely winning to just play knight f5. Knight f5, threatening knight g3. And this is over. But she did not play it. She did take the exchange, which also looks really nice. So the king will go away. We will take here. Okay, you can still take here. But in the end, we have this position. Oh, we're not up in exchange. We're up in rook. We're up a full rook. Okay, she's up a full rook. She will resign soon. Oh, yeah, she won. Hannah won. Wow, what a game. What a game. Hannah won this game here. So, yeah, that was impressive. I have to say. Oh, because here you're winning the exchange and then 2 moves later you're winning the piece as well. Wow. Yeah, Hannah just beat a GM here. That's a big win for her. 100%. Liz says hi. Hello to Liz. Hello, hello. Yeah, congratulations to Hannah. That's a big win. Elisabeth Pets also won. That was a really nice game of Elisabeth as well. The German woman seemed to be on fire today. So she sacrificed her full exchange here because she understood correctly that this king is super weak and we will just jump in with our knights. So that was actually pretty beautiful. Yeah, she just took all the pawns here. Wow. I mean, the king goes somewhere and then we have knight g5 and then the rook is just completely falling. But also just, it was just pretty. Yeah, that was just really pretty. Yeah, that queen on h3 is really sad. It's just trapped on h3. You don't see this often. Wow. Really impressive game here. Really impressive game. Hmm. Yeah, that was a quick win for Hannah. Who would have thought that she would win with the black pieces against the GM so quick? I guess not many people would have thought that before the game started. So yeah, I mean, I also thought that h4, h5 is the right plan, but it looks like it's not the right plan. It looks like black will just take here, and if we, for example, take back, then you have this square again. So it's not good to take even back here. It's better to just get the queen over. But then the position gets really messy. Like takes. Okay, we have like some counterplay here. But knight g6, also this is hanging. This is getting really messy here. Wow. Also d3 is hanging. This is getting really exciting here on board 1 and Düsseldorf against Solingen. Can you show Arjun? This is Arjun's game. Arjun is white in this game here. Okay, so the best move for black here was to take. Because then you weaken the square here on f5. But he did not. Oh, wow. Guys, do you see that so many people are watching this game here right now? Let's also... I mean, I will go back to Arjun's game in a second, but I want to see why so many people are watching this game here right now. So what is happening here? So this is the position here. And something went wrong here for black. What went wrong here? So here everything was still normal. Oh, he decided to take here, like win the exchange. He's up in exchange now, but the position is just bad for him. Wow. So white sacrifice in exchange here. And it's just straight up better. Because the king here is so weak of black. That is really impressive. So this is the position right now. And this is where all the people are looking at this board here. So a lot of visitors are looking at this board. I mean, the material is, I mean, white is up a pawn, but this king is really weak and this rook is really strong here, attacking all these pieces and, yeah. Maybe bishop f3, get the next piece to the party. That looks really good for me. Wow. Yeah, this is not not looking good for Leon here in this position. I have to say, this is not looking good for Leon. I mean, maybe you can also get your queen in somehow. A lot of ideas here for white. Okay, what is happening here? Wow. Anton Korobov against Jorge Vitero Ferreira. Two strong GMs playing each other in Viernheim against Neuwied. Josephine also won. That is really nice. Oh, you're asking for his video. This is alternating, so I cannot control it, but I'm sure we will see it in the future again, the video of Arjun. So what is happening here? White is just up like 2 pawns, and this pawn here is super strong. So the question is, why is this knight here not hanging? Oh, because this rook is hanging. Yeah. Okay, so the rook needs to be protected, but then we'll just bring the knight in and we can just queen. So this looks really good for Anton Korobov here. Well, looks really promising. Okay, so first board of St. Pauli against Bremen. Let's see how this matchup is going so far today. So here, I mean, the pawns are equal, but black has a really weak king here. And if we manage to get our knight in, like white just did, we can also take here, maybe play even knight b8 to just attack this bishop here another time. This looks really, really bad because black cannot really do anything actively, even though he has the bishop pair. Our king is completely safe, and you can just not get your queen on the other side of this amazing bishop here. So we can just take here. Wow. Okay, Velimir Ivic is looking good here. How is the second board going in Bremen against St. Pauli? So Jonas Bøhl-Bjerre is a really young and strong player. Yeah, strong player from Norway. Dinara is also very winning. That seals the match for Baden-Baden. Wow. Who's yeah, Baden is playing Bayern Munich. Yeah, Bayern Munich also, as I already said, has a tough time right now. Okay, we can take this pawn. Black takes this pawn. What is happening then? Maybe queen c4. We have some pressure against the king here. King is not completely safe. With the rook here not on f8 anymore, we have some ideas. So this looks nice for white. Black is a little bit more passive here with all the pieces on the 8th rank. Bartosz Soko against Zahar Efimenko. Okay, material is equal, but this pawn is not as strong as it looks like, even though it's on the 2nd rank and it's on the 7th rank. It will never queen, and it will most likely just fall. And this knight is not good. This knight cannot go anywhere. So this position is better for black. We will just play rook c3 and collect this pawn, like basically. Yes, I have the engine open. I'm looking from it on it from time to time to not tell you completely nonsense here. Wow. Oh, this looks like an interesting position as well. Two people who castled alongside here. Sparta Grigorian against Martin Voigt. What is happening here? Okay, so c7 is really weak. Rook c8. Trying to protect this. Maybe even queen c4. Maybe we can try to get our queen in here somehow. Maybe this is also an idea to checkmate on h7. No, yeah, maybe just try to double up the pieces here on the c file. Looks like a really good idea. Does Dimitri look happy here in this position? What are you thinking? Also, for all the Austrian fans, Felix Bloberger here playing, also Lichess commentator. And in case you didn't know, guys, he's gonna be a special guest on the Gotham Chess Tour for Vienna, where he's living. So he couldn't commentate today for Lichess because he's playing against Martin Petrov, a strong GM. So let's see how he is doing here so far with white. Okay, so first I'm always counting the pawns and they are equal. Black has the bishop pair again, but it looks like our knight here on e6 is strong. Okay, but this is also a weakness here, g5. Right now it's protected, but could be a weakness in the future. And our king here could also be a little bit weak. Okay, black can play like bishop f5. King b2, protect this pawn here. Oh, you will just eliminate this here. You will just eliminate this one here. Okay, looks like black can just win a pawn here. So white cannot really do anything against us going here. And then, yeah. I mean, this is hanging, and if it goes away, this one is hanging. So it's a little bit better for black here, actually. When black will win this pawn, then white really needs to try to hold this game. This is the flag from the country the player is from. So not all the players playing in the German Bundesliga are German. That's why it's also the strongest league of the world, because if only Germans would play, it would not be as strong. So Felix Bloberger is playing for Bayern Munich, but is from Austria. And yeah, Petrov Martin is also, like, Deckendorf is also a German country. So yeah, this is just the flag of their country here. Oh, okay, we also have a result here. Vincent Keimer against Dimitri is a draw, but they're still sitting at the board. So what is happening here? I think Vincent actually just offered a draw looking at him. Did you see that? I mean, we already know the future that it happened a draw. So here he seemed to have offered a draw in this position. And that's fair enough. He's not gonna win this anymore. There are not a lot of pawns left. And yeah, so it seems like Dimitri accepted the draw in this position here. So we already know the future, guys. We will see a handshake, I guess. Okay, then let's go back to probably the most exciting game today, which would be Arjun Erigaisi, right? There's a lot happening in this game here. It just it doesn't look like, I mean, they're in move 31, but not a lot of pieces have been traded. I mean, only one piece and one pawn have been traded. And here he can, it seems like just queen h3 and knight g5 and threatening to go into h7. Arjun game about to be over. Switch. You mean I should switch to the Arjun game or away from it? I don't know when your message came, before I got here or after. But yeah, we see Vincent and Dimitri shaking hands here. A good game, a really interesting game. Vincent really tried a lot here. But in the end, it ended in a draw. Okay. Yes, so queen h3 followed by knight g5 looks really dangerous. Oh, now we see a camera switch. Ooh, which board are we getting? Which board are we getting? Ooh, which game is that? Someone needs to tell me. Kostyuk in trouble, by the way. Oh, interesting. Yeah, we should switch over to that game as well. Against Svenja Butenandt. So the thing is, Max Warmerdam, the opponent, also only has like 2 minutes left. So yeah, that's not a lot of time. The thing is that Black doesn't really have counterplay right now. This is a little bit slow here. So I mean, if you just take here, we can just ignore what you're doing here. It looks like we will just go for f5 and rip the position open. If you keep taking f6. Yeah, if the bishop goes, this just takes away the escape route. So, I mean, I don't know. We can just take here and then go knight g5. Wow. Okay, so black cannot really do anything against our plan here. Queen h3, knight g5. Thank you for following. Thank you for saying that my English is good. I appreciate that. I used to live in America for 7 months. I did my bachelor's there. Okay, let's see what else we have. I just saw that, I mean, we already looked at Dinara Wagner's game, but we have not looked at her husband's game, Dennis Wagner, who's also playing here, but he is playing in the Open Bundesliga and not like Dinara in the Women's Bundesliga. Also interesting, Dinara also played in the Women's Bundesliga this season, and today, of course, she could not play in 2 leagues at the same time. So yeah, she needed to decide where she want to be today. But yeah, this is her husband, Dennis Wagner, strong German player. So also really strong couple. But it looks like not a lot is happening. The pawns are completely equal here. And yeah, there's not a lot that will happen, I think, in the future. Maybe we can have some pressure here. I mean, if the king goes here, maybe just bishop f5, because if you take, we take back. We have the c file for now, but this should not be enough to make anything out of it. Okay, we can play bishop d3, maybe annoy a little bit over this side. And then try to get in. I mean, black does need to be really precise here. Okay, maybe I was wrong. Maybe it's not that easy here for black to play. Yeah, could really well be. Good evening, good evening. Board 6 of Düsseldorf against Solingen. What do we have here? So here we have the different colored bishops, but black managed to get the e-file, which is nice. The e-file here is important. So yeah, this is still a really interesting position. I mean, the bishop on g7 is kind of sad, not doing anything at all. But therefore we have the doubled rooks. So this position is still in, in the equal territory. Yeah, maybe we should try to play something like bishop h6 to get our bishop alive. Could be an idea. A board with figures is 2.5 kilograms. Thanks for the information. I did not know that. So we learned something again. Oh, so here we see the board of Parham Magsudlu. And if I'm not mistaken, we have not watched his game yet, have we? Have we watched a game of Parham Magsudlu today? Since we already have the camera there, we might as well watch his game for a second. There we go. It's the board 2 of Firnheim against Heimbach, and we already saw Mehmet Yarov on board 1 winning against Leon Liviak, and here on board 2 Parham Magsudlu with the black pieces playing against Martin Kremer from Heimbach Weiß Neuwied. The pawns are equal. Our rook on h4 here is really active, attacking this pawn. Knight on d4 is also looking good. Okay, if white plays something like rook g3, we can just play f6, protect everything, so we don't need to worry about this. I think knight e5 looks really logical. Yeah, we can just improve the knight here. Just improve the knight and then maybe make some pressure against e4. Something like this. Oh, we have a chess player who's looking for tournaments. Draw denied. I mean, there are a lot of sites where tournaments are listed. You can in Germany. I'm thinking there are so many tournaments. I guess when you look at the German Chess Federation, they also always have like a tournament list. Yes, but you can also just join a chess club. So you can check which chess club is close to you. I think it's called Schach-In or something. There you can check which chess club is the closest to you, and then I think that's always really nice to be in a chess club. Yeah, but really nice that you moved to Germany. Welcome here. Yeah, but you're in a really good place in Germany to find tournaments because we have a lot. I would guess we have more than in Paraguay. So if you really want to play one, I think you could play one like every single week in Germany. Okay, he actually decided not to go here. Was that a bad move? Okay, it looks like this was not the best choice because then white can still play with e5. So actually knight e5 was the best approach to also prevent e5 from happening here. Yeah, so after rook g3, we can just play f6 and protect this pawn here. I mean, of course, this also weakens the white squares here, so white can maybe reroute the knight to f5 here. But yeah. Yeah, so I mean, if we look at the both of the people here, they're really locked in. I cannot really tell from the look of Parham Maghsoodloo and the opponent who is better here, or who is more confident. They like no one is really like you know. Their body language is really neutral, is what I wanted to say. Rook takes e4. Wait, it's white's turn. So if you want to play rook e4 here, we will play knight f5. And this is a double attack. So yeah. You can take this pawn, but I will also get one in exchange. Okay, yeah, let's go back to the woman. You said Lara is pressing against Eline. So the last time we watched, black was up a pawn, but this pawn is gone now. So here was an extra double pawn, but it was not easy to hold on to this pawn. So white definitely improved since we last watched, and they already made the 40th move. They already made move 40 here. And yeah, I mean, white does have the more active pieces here, it seems like. Wow, yeah, she is pressing a little. She is pressing. Okay, if the check, the king will just go to d3. Okay, why can we not take this pawn here? Because then the a pawn will just get too strong, right? So this is maybe why in this position king b8 is a good move, to just protect the a7 pawn. Yeah, now you see the evil bar here. Really equal position. I just turned it on. I mean, Eline is a really strong player. She's an IM, so she's really, really strong. Okay, you also said that Kostyuk is having a tough time right now. Also one of the best women playing here. Okay, what is happening here? So this is a rook endgame. Kostyuk is threatening this pawn here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So pawns are equal. I will protect this pawn here and then try to get my king here. Black will do the same. I mean, we can also give a check here. I mean, as soon as you play this, we will take here. And then we will get this position. And this should be really easy, be a draw. We just need to, yeah, I mean, be a little bit aware of this pawn here. But we also have a free pawn ourselves that we can push. But yeah, I guess Alexandra Kostyuk is playing this forever for a win here. It was tricky a little while ago. I mean, we can look at what happened here. So white did have the bishop pair, which can be a little bit tricky to play against. So here, white has some ideas. I mean, queen e1 looks really good. Oh, that's also what have been played. Now queen e2 to attack this pawn. Okay, bishop b4 is just trading all the pieces off. Okay, so she just decided to go for this drawn endgame. I mean, a draw is also really good for her. So I'm not blaming her. Yeah, so she could have tried to keep the bishop on the board, but she decided to go for the drawn endgame here. Yeah, Josefina Heinemann also won here. Okay, she has just a pawn endgame with the pawn up, so her opponent resigned. So it was really a win from the beginning to the end. Congratulations. And Dinara Wagner. Okay, this looks interesting. What is happening here? So she's up in exchange, but her bishop is kind of lost there on h7. Okay, but this bishop is also kind of lost. If we just attack it, okay, bishop g2. Okay, the bishop goes back. We can just take the pawn here. The bishop needs to go away again. And then maybe protect this pawn here. I mean, the bishop is not lost. Maybe we can get it active somehow. Yeah, maybe just f6 and trying to activate the bishop here is nicer with the piece playing. Dinara's game was wild. I mean, it still looks like a really interesting position. Okay, let's look at Fiona Anthony style. I actually texted her this morning and she told me that she's playing, and I was like, oh, this is so exciting that you're finally playing yourself and not only commentating all the events. And she was like, yeah, tell me again after the weekend when I lost all of my games. But it looks like she's not losing this game at all. So she's super happy when she manages to get good results this weekend. And yeah, I mean, here she can take on a7 and try to double her pawns on the 7th, her rooks on the 7th rank. If this is going to happen, then Black really needs to, yeah, be a little bit, yeah, could be a little bit dangerous. Okay, maybe getting the rook here. Okay, looks like we can just give a perpetual here somehow. Or just stay with the knight on the f-file. So, I mean, white is a pawn up here, but also have some weaknesses. Okay, she decided to reroute the knight. Makes a lot of sense to me. No, this is the Luxembourg flag. This is actually the Luxembourg flag. Yeah, I can see that it looks like red with queen, but it's actually red and blue. Yeah, she had a tough travel schedule as well, Fiona. She was everywhere working. Yeah, Sonja is not playing for Hamburg this weekend. Hannah Marie won. She won against Nino, but she really awesome game. Awesome game. Okay, I want to go back to the Arjun game, because this is where it looked like, oh, it's over, guys. It's over. This game came to an end. So he actually, so this was here after h5. You remember when we said he should have taken here so that he gets the square for his bishop? He didn't, and then Arjun just took himself and did play this f5 move, which is so bold because it feels like your king is also kind of loose, but it just works. You can just play f6 here, and if the bishop goes away, we just play queen h3, knight g5, and you cannot prevent this checkmate at all. So this is a really nice game by Arjun. He just beat a super GM today, so this is really impressive. And it looks like Jordan van Foreest also won this game here. So Düsseldorf seems to win today. So if they're winning today, which it seems like they will, and they will also win tomorrow, then they're through. Then it doesn't matter if they lose in the last round. So if they win tomorrow, again, let me check who they play tomorrow. I wrote everything down here. They play against Heimbach, Weiss-Neuwied. So yeah, if they manage to do that, that would be really. So then we would have a new champion. So last year, Viernheim actually won, and the year before that, Baden. And Baden won the most years. So it used to be that Baden really dominated this league. There was no one else but Baden. But yeah, there are some new teams, which make the league so much more interesting. Yeah, I mean, this makes it just really, really interesting. Is the budgets of the team public? I'm not sure about that. I would think no, but maybe you know something I don't know. Switch to Arjun's game. He's actually done. But we can look through it because it was actually a really nice game. Let's look through it from the beginning to rewind the game here. So Arjun here with white, he opened with a really solid opening. So it's really interesting to see that out of this opening, such an interesting game happened. So he just provoked the bishop to go to d7 and then go back because he's saying, okay, the bishop is not standing so great here. And then playing with c4, taking. And this is how we got the position here with, b against d pawn. And he decided to go for a plan where he is playing with f4. So, this pawn might be weak sometimes, but Arjun did a good job of defending this, so it never became a weakness here. And when he prepared it really, really good, he finally played f4. And yeah, the knight went back. And here was a move I already told you that I was a little bit confused why he took here himself. He just could have went back because if Arjun then takes, black develops himself. But like this, we help white developing. So Arjun just had already the knight ready on f3. And this is a really unfortunate position for black because we have the plan here to attack. And black also has a lot of weaknesses here. The queen went over and g4. So now this pawn was hanging, and it would have been better actually to play with queen e2 so that queen d6 is not possible. Because what happened in the game, knight d6 was working because when we take with the pawn, our bishop on b2 is hanging. But this was not played. And then he just continued with his attack. And yeah, so here was the moment where black should have taken here to get the f5 square. But he did not, and yeah, then Arjun did not let it slip anymore. He just went for it. So yeah, that was a really impressive game from the start to the end. Okay, let's look at the game Anish Giri to Marcus Raga. Thank you so much for following. So remember when we said this might be a tough game for Marcus because his position was not so easy to play here. So this was the position. Right now black is a pawn up, but we are not in a rush to take it back. We more likely just open up the position because black is not yet castled. So that's what he did. He took here with the knight. And okay, just improve the pieces here. And this is also the position we saw where we said, okay, we have a better pawn structure with white because our pawns are protecting each other. h3, rook h7. Everything's fine. Yeah. Oh, by the way, guys, you also saw the mate in one here. No mate in one blunder. Yeah, so this is how the pawns were falling here. So in this position, white is already up a pawn. The queen looks a little bit weird here, but it's protecting everything. So yeah. Okay, here white decided to give up a piece for some counterplay. But it seems like Anish Giri calculated everything and that this is not working. So yeah, we are just up a piece here with white. So this looks not so great for black. I mean, we did have like 2 checks, but nothing else. So this should be losing for Marcus Raga. He's just down a piece and there's not really a threat that he has left. Also, all of white's pieces are better. So look at the pieces all on the side of the board. Oh no, my light. There we go. Don't want to sit here in the dark. Oh, here's a reminder. About Bennett versus Alexander some hours ago. I didn't catch if someone reminded you or not. If not, here's a reminder, board 23. Okay. So it seems like, yeah, actually no one reminded me of this and we haven't watched this board for a long time. Oh yeah, this is actually a really interesting game. So let's see what happened since we last watched. So Bennett Hagner, who has 7 out of 7 so far, was here in this position, and I really liked how he played this. So he got he got the bishop pair, and white cannot castle. He didn't take back the pawn, so white actually protected it. He instead went for activity, which was also fine. So here he could have gone for bishop a6. He didn't need to develop his bishop over this diagonal, so that was not necessary, but he went for it. But I guess this lost some important time here. And then white was actually up the pawn, so he had some struggle, it seems like, in this position here. I mean, he is down a pawn. And if he's not winning it back, okay, he won it back in this position. So here he won it back, and here it should be fine again. Should be fine, the pawns are equal, and also the activity is fine for both sides. Oh, okay, here this was a blunder. Because the A pawn is just gonna be super strong. What should he have done instead? Rook A8. Okay, but what happens after this and this? Oh, so we just take here then. I see. So the rook here is protecting from this pawn being protected. So here, this is just really, really bad. What? Oh, you can play rook b8. Because if you take, this is hanging. So we just trade off the rooks and then we just run and then we get our king in. Wow. Okay, he did not play this. He went for this. I'm just fast forwarding to the position we have right now. Which is this one. Okay, so it was winning for white in between, but this position, when we look at the evil bar, looks equal again. There we have our cam again. Wow. Okay, so white does have a pass pawn here, black has one here, and black is up a pawn. But yeah, white still has some threats here. So yeah, black needs to maybe play king f8 to be able to go here. I mean, if you take here, it's just 3 against 3. I guess we can also just play rook a7 so you don't have any checks anymore. And then we just go here and wait. Wait for the end. Interesting. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. Maybe this is a good time to look at the standings. We haven't done this in a while. So here we see an overview of what results we already got today. So let's take a look at that one. Hoppa. So Werder Bremen is in the lead 4-1 against St. Pauli. Wow, this is some big stuff here. Congratulations to that. We can also look at some games here, 3 decisive games, what happened there. Then we have 2.5 to 2.5 in Deggendorf versus Bayern Munich. So here it's still really interesting what's gonna happen, because 3 games are still happening. Baden-Baden against Deizisau is actually in the lead for Baden-Baden. So if Baden-Baden is gonna make it, they probably will make also the 3rd place this season. Because Deizisau was in a fourth place before this round. But if they're gonna lose today, they have no chance of getting 3rd anymore. Okay, Viernheim just seems to do Viernheim things and just beating Heimbach-Weiß-Neuwied here. But Mergentheim against Dresden. So this is really also interesting to see who will make the league. So Dresden is in a good place. They will make the league for sure. But Mergentheim still needs to score some points. So this could be really crucial for them to still make the league here, to not lose today. And Mülheim Nord against Kirchweihe, you see that? They drew every single game here. They came to draw here, and the last game might also end in a draw. This would actually be funny. This would be really funny. I mean, Mülheim Nord is on the last place right now, so they take every point they can get, I would say. And then we also have Düsseldorf, and yeah, Düsseldorf already won, and Arnish-Giri will also win. So this is okay. So let's take a look at Bad Mergentheim against Dresden. This is really interesting here. What will happen here? And also Bayern Munich against Deggendorf. Okay. So first of all, we saw a lot of wins for Bremen. Oh wow, this looks like a nice mate over here. So I remember when we saw the position and White decided to double up. So a lot happened here. So we saw this position here, right? Where White decided to double up the pieces, which made a lot of sense here. Okay, and taking here was not good. Rook f4 was necessary to try to trade more pieces, but after taking you have big problems here as black. Oh wow, just the queen comes in and he calculated everything correctly. And this is pretty, yeah. So the rook just comes in with a mate. Wow. Yeah, this is a really nice win. What did we have here? Oh wow, what is happening here? I don't really understand. Both kings look like a half checkmate. But looks like black is just winning. Because the king has only here to go, and then we have rook h1, king g2, and queen g1 mate. Okay, and if you go here, we just take the queen. Okay, so what happened here? So this position here was still kind of normal. So black went for doubling the rooks. Breakthrough in the center. Okay, taking here. Okay, so now it already seems like the queen is kind of too far away, so maybe that was not so great. So yeah, okay, it makes sense to go back with the queen. Rook is protecting here, g6. And now the knight comes in. And now look what the knight can do. Wow. So this is now just winning. So it just happened like this. Wow, yeah. From one moment to the other, it was just winning. But really nice. That was better calculated, I guess, from a black player. So he won. Okay, so so Werder Bremen, if they have one more draw, they will win this match up today. And Bayern Munich against Deggendorf is 2.5 to 2.5. And board 1 there is still playing, which is Tabatabai. This one here. As I said, 2.5 to 2.5. And wow, they still have most of their pieces left on the board. Okay, but it looks like white has more space, definitely more space. So I guess it's kind of uncomfortable to play this position here for black. We can reroute to how we want, wherever we want to go. Yeah, bring our king here, just reroute the pieces. Maybe bring our queen here, so sometimes we have ideas of sacrificing and then we have strong pawns. So at some point this has to be the idea to sacrifice here, because otherwise we will not make a breakthrough, I would guess. So this we also need to think about here. So this is one board of Bayern Munich against Deggendorf. Then we have another board of Bayern Munich against Deggendorf. Yeah, trying to understand what's happening here. Also here we see again an Indian player. So we got some Indian players here in the Bundesliga coming all the way from India to play the Bundesliga, which is really, really nice to see that it's so international. But yeah, this looks like pretty equal. We have different colored bishops. Oh wait, not equal. We have an exchange. An extra exchange is black. Wow. Okay, then why is this position not better for black? I guess because our knight can be super strong here. Just goes in here. Okay, this is actually interesting. Yeah, I guess the rook is not doing a lot right now. I mean, you see the equal bar, right? The evil bar. Okay, I mean, this could go in both directions, this match here. This is not decided at all. So, as I said, 2.5 to 2.5. We will see how it goes. And then we also need to take a look at Bad Mergentheim against Dresden, which is also 2.5. Mülheim not against Kirchweihe drew every single game. 8 draws. This is funny. Okay, so okay, let me check real quick. We also can take a look at the standings of the woman. We haven't done that today. So these are the standings for the women teams. So they only have 6 boards, right? The men play with 8 boards, the women with 6. And here we have Tura against Hamburg, so it's only 1 against 1 so far. So at the women boards, a lot of boards are still playing. The only one already won is Solingen against Hema. They had a really good run today. But Könighofen against the Rodewicher Schachmeitzen. Congratulations. And then even though Hannah won against Nino here, they are an elite Schwäbisch Hall. So Schwäbisch Hall is just such a strong team. Even though they lose on board 1, they can still manage to win this matchup here. And yeah, Alexander Kostyniuk drew the game, so congratulations to Svenja Butenland. But the rest did not play so great. So Baden-Baden also managed to win today. Okay, really exciting. Exciting stuff. So let me look again at the women's list. So Bad Königshofen, did they win? Bad Königshofen is probably gonna win today. So they are still in a good run for the first place. So that's really impressive. I mean, it looks like, Baden and Schwäbisch Hall are also gonna win. So all of the top teams are winning for the women's, but Königshofen was an elite before the round and they're gonna win again, so they will also be an elite after the round. Okay. That's that. Okay, since we still have the Parham game open, I want to see how the position developed since we watched for the last time. Oh, what happened in the Anishkiri game? Oh, he's still the piece up, right? Yeah, that looks not fun to play for markers, I have to admit. Mm, that is not fun to play. Oh yeah, we wanted to look at the Paramaxudlu game. This ended actually in a draw for the people who were wondering. The game Andrei Sipenko against Jan Smits. I think still it's so funny that all of the matchup between Mülheim against Kirchweihe played a draw, 8 draws in a row. Looks really funny to me. So yeah, Maxudlu Paham is still playing. And how is the standing for his team right now? I mean, they need half a point. So, oh, Maxudlu Paham is up a pawn in this rook endgame. Interesting. They both have also still so much time. I mean, white is not allowed to trade the rooks. That would be losing. Oh, actually, it's not losing. They can go for this. This one is a draw. Okay, but you need to be sure. I guess it's easier to just not go for this pawn in game, but it is a draw. You can go for it. Okay, I feel like I want to switch again to the woman. Because here the positions are much more exciting and a lot of games are still going on compared to the guys. So let's go to Lara Schulze against Elin Röbers. So here stuff happened again. So we have this pawn here against those two pass pawns over there. So, but this pawn is a little bit more advanced. Okay, maybe we just go rook b4 to have them better under control. But yeah, I would guess this is easier to play with white because we are just a pawn up. But this is super interesting. Trying to figure out what's happening here. Oh, okay. So Elin Röbers actually just played a losing move. I did not understood complete. Oh, we can give a check and here. This is just losing straight up a piece. Check. The king has to go here and check. This is just losing the knight. Straight up. She just blundered a knight. This is just losing a knight, guys. Straight up. Oh, this hurts. This hurts so bad. Losing a knight like this. I mean, she now needs to see it, Lara. But I trust in Lara to find this. Wow, will she find it? She only has 3 minutes left. I mean, everything else is not winning, because this is the only way to win the piece here. Rook a8 followed by bishop d8. Just winning a piece, because the king cannot go to e6. We just go here and check, and the king cannot protect the knight anymore. Coming from the back. Oh. I'm curious about tomorrow's pairings. It would be nice to see Fiona play Kostanjuk, but there is a bit of rating difference, so maybe not. Yeah, I mean, we're not sure who is gonna play in which board, right? Oh, she saw it. She saw it. Oh, but now it's important that we have this check because our knight is hanging as well. Yeah, we have this check. And if you go back here, we have rook a6 check. Okay, so the line was not done after bishop d8. So, yeah. VSAM actually does not stand for Toilet Master. Yeah. Okay, she just needs to give the check here, and if the king goes like here, we have another check, and then this one is hanging. Wow. Elin Röber is probably angry at herself. She had so much time and still blundered the piece. Was not an easy position though. This is a big win for Lara. I mean, she does need to give the check here, but I'm sure she'll find that. Yeah, there we go. It's happening. It's really happening here. I'm really happy for Lara. This is a big win for her. Yeah, so there are not many pieces on the board, but you can still look for tactics anytime. IM noms are not possible. They are possible, of course they are. In leagues you can score norms. Why would you not be able to score norms? I mean, you need the right amount of opponents for sure. But if you get them, they are for sure possible. Why would they not be? Okay, she went for this line. Now she will take here. I mean, she can already give another check first. And then take here. So, because this check is nice so that the king cannot go here, I guess. But it doesn't really matter too much. Wow. And Aline still has 40 minutes. She's probably kicking her ass right now that she blundered her piece like that. Really, really unfortunate. Okay, and how is Fiona doing since you've all asked who she might be playing tomorrow? Okay, so she is in this endgame here, but it looks like her pawns are a little weak compared to those. So she has a little bit of a problem here right now. Thank you so much for following. Okay. You cannot say you can improve the pawn structure of hers. Yeah, it's not so great. Okay, it looks like all the games have been more or less decided, so Lara will also win this. A big win for her team, for Tura. So we will have a last look at the standings. So tomorrow we will have the next games. So Tura, when Lara will win, they still have a chance of beating Hamburg, which would actually be pretty huge. Then Solingen already won against Hema, but Königshofen won against the Rodewischer Schachmietzen. And OSG Baden-Baden won against Bayern Munich. So the top teams all won. So this is really, really making it even more interesting for the last rounds to come. And when we look at the Open Bundesliga, so Werder Bremen is going to win against St. Pauli. They already are in a 4-1 lead. Then Bayern Munich to Deggendorf is still open. So this is really, 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 really interesting. Only draws so far in this game here. So OSG Baden-Baden might be winning against Deizisau, which would be a big win because they're on a third place now and they want to stay third, or even maybe make it to the second place, which is still really possible because Viernheim is only 1 point ahead. Viernheim also managed today to win pretty convincingly. And yeah, but Mergentheim might be winning against Dresden. Oh no, it might be a draw here actually. So yeah, this is still exciting. And then Düsseldorf also managed to win against Solingen. So yeah, we will not follow all of the games until the end. So we will be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. to follow the next matchups. So it will be even more exciting tomorrow. And then the day after, we do have the final. Yes, thank you all for being here today. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. Yes, Central European time. Also, everyone from YouTube, make sure to give the commentary a thumbs up. That really helps us. And yeah, so I don't know who you're gonna rate on Twitch. I don't see that. On YouTube, unfortunately, we cannot rate anyone. Thanks for being here. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. And see you tomorrow, right? I'm also really curious if we will have maybe some surprises for the last 2 rounds. I mean, you never know if maybe they fly in a Gukesh or something. So let's see if we just have the complete same setup tomorrow or not. So, okay, we're rating Art Vega. Have fun there. Yeah, we don't know who will play the next rounds. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks also everyone for following. Yeah, Anish Giri, he was up a piece, so he will win his game. Or maybe he already won. Yeah, Anish Giri won his game. So for everyone wondering, he did win his game. Most of the games are decided here. So yeah, here Black has to win, and if Black wins, then we have a draw against Dresden in Bad Mergentheim. So this also looks really convincing. He is up in exchange, and the king is in some trouble. So yeah, great stuff happening here. I guess everyone is gone now. Oh, I also make 2. So I think Lichess is done now. You're gone. I need to find a rate for my channel as well. Who could we possibly rate? Any suggestions? Okay, we're going to Crete. He's also playing chess. And I will see all of you back tomorrow. Thank you so much for sticking around, and have fun there. And see you tomorrow as well. So yeah, see you there. Bye.